Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're going to be practicing run starts and taking requests today. Welcome, welcome. Recent subscriber, love your content. Free mobility and common people create estate privileges. You can move your pops when you have those privileges on. Otherwise, only the non-peasants can move. And generally speaking, I'm not sure if it's better to have your peasants moving to urban areas or rural areas. In rural areas, they'll get more pop growth. And then in urban areas, they're more useful, so it's hard to say. I don't know. That would require, like, some level of math. I think that, as far as rural areas go, if you have a lot of spice... It might depend if you have a bunch of spices, gold and silver. You prefer rural? Something like this? Request a small OPM? We can probably do that. Madagascar run? Zoom zoom? Big true. Ethiopia world conquest? We could do an Ethiopia start. What regions' mechanics outside of Europe are properly polished at this point? North Africa. I mean, I think the fall of Delhi is reasonably polished, but there isn't a lot of content for other Indian nations. We're going to do our top 10 today, and we mentioned Saptagram, which has no content in the top 10. Hey, Lady Ray, how's it going? Ethiopia World Conquest time. Thank you so very much for the $5, Yankees fan. We could start... Ethiopia could be the first nation we look at. We're not going to do a World Conquest, but going to talk through kind of thought process of starting a new run, because we're going to record a video in a one-take later today. So I thought this would be a decent kind of shout. Hey, Jane, how's it going? Oh wow, there's a lot of you guys in here. Jurchen tag that spawns the Red Turban Rebellion, that's very hard. You spawn in with not even 2k troops, very hard without cheese. It isn't a starting country. Yeah, that would involve a lot of us just waiting for the Red Turban Rebellion. I don't know if that'd be good for a stream as well. Unless we were starting to play like a Chinese nation, I don't want to do a Chinese nation as a request. Any tips for how to make half of another nation that is your courtier into your vassal or otherwise profit from the relationship? The heir of another nation that is your courtier. Otherwise profit from this relationship. I don't really know of like a high valuated profit like Crusader King style. Tips for colonization. The thing is, I want to do a colonization video. A lot of people requested it. Colonization's kind of scuffed right now. And maybe that's just how we report it. Like, you care about distance. I have to see the exact calc. I don't remember if it's naval range or colonial range. You care a lot about distance. That's one of the big things for doing it. And then you kind of prefer smaller colonial nations, I think. Because more cab actions. Do you have a spreadsheet of when having an urban area is better for pop growth from having granaries / abundant land or from bigger rural settlement? I do not. That's kind of a multifaceted calculation that's hard to do. Norway? We could take a look at Norway. Portugal, Majapahit. Okay. Cusco. I'd be interested in your thoughts on a small OPM with no resources. Let's take a quick look at Ethiopia, and then we'll... Here, let's actually... I'm going to write down some of these. OPM. Forming Persia, Portugal, Majapahit. Persia. Portugal. Majapahit, Cusco. Cusco's a lot of waiting around, but we could kind of talk through the waiting around. Doing colonization would be good, pointing out where there are problems that gives more dev feedbacks. I've given them a lot of feedback, but I think they kind of know what I think about it. Because I've been like a little bit annoying even. Kiev. Alright, so we have kind of a good list here. Let's pull this off to the side. And let's take a look at Ethiopia. So the first thing we do when starting a run is actually look through our country bonuses, which doesn't seem like too big a... I imagine isn't too big a shock for most people in regards to what we do, but... There's kind of, once we get through there, philosophically speaking, we're looking at for 3 things, or we're looking at 3 things. Or what we're looking for is something that changes the way we play, in terms of advances, which I don't think Ethiopia has. Monthly legitimacy is nice, proximity cost is nice. They're also sub-Saharan Africa, so they have another 5%, that's not going to be appearing here. It's a secret tree. For they were all of them deceived, for another tech tree was born. One that was we have Origin of Coffee. This is age 6 later. So this is kind of late, but some tax efficiency. If I remember correctly, these guys, yeah, they just have a very interesting modifier, minus 50% attrition. So it's like, you just want to drag your enemy into deep waters, those deep waters being, the extra, any place with a ton of attrition. You want to try and force fights there relative to your enemy. And you just have minus, strength damage taken and, this, and you have ages like 2 through 6, like better units. We also have an interesting form of Christian with its own like unique tech tree, Teutons. Majapahit is a very easy start. Easy start we could kind of cover through as well, this type of thing. You planning on doing a Mali video? I think we're going to release a Mali video later today. Maybe after stream is done. So we will also get text from this. I don't know... Ooh, there's another legitimacy source. Legitimacy is very strong, so we have 2 legitimacy sources. I think as sub-Saharan, we could also take slaves. Tolerance of heathens, Diplo rep is nice. Okay, so we got some kind of nice things. Nothing too crazy, which is what we remember from Ethiopia. I think Ethiopia is a decent kind of shout for multiplayer. If you know that the Egypt player is going to be amenable to diplomacy. Because other than that, you might just get squashed. But let's take a closer look. Prepare yourself for the flashbang. Can't explore terra incognita past the coast in your game. So the way that you approach this is you steal maps. The AI can explore inland. This is just a bug. It is annoying. Yeah, this is what I mean when I say colonization is kind of scuffed. And so we could do a tutorial video on colonization where we have to discuss that, and then it gets invalidated like next week or the week after. Which is kind of why I've held off like making a video on it. Okay. So there's a few layers that we want to discuss. In general, I think of the game is operating in 3 layers. You have a location layer, where you are carrying what the terrain is, what the RGO is. You have terrain here, but this isn't how you would look at it. You would use, map modes to look at your overall terrain. But you care about what's in your territory, how many people are there, this type of thing. And so let's look at the pops. Pops you can't really move around. And we see we have kind of a big chunk of pops in this region on 2 sides of the mountain range, which is going to be really awkward. To try and make use out of these pops. There's also a lot of pops to the left. If we kind of take a look, we can eventually get a lot of pops over here, and our pops that we have in big chunks aren't necessarily enormous. When we take a look at developments, we'll see that we'll get the bad news. We don't start out with a lot of development. And terrain is really rough. Mountains are going to be very difficult to move through and get minus 50% development growth. So as appealing as, let's say, this development is, or the availability of pops is on these mountains, this is actually just going to be scuffed area. Now, we do get farmlands. Farmland mountains is not very common, which gives a little bit of extra dev growth. Mountain is also going to give increased cost to proximity of 50%. So, generally speaking, you want to be on one side of the mountain range or the other. And so we're going to have to pick left or right in terms of our overall macro strategy. But okay, we can take a look back and think about where our kind of diplomatic situation is and where our expands are. And we're either going to be expanding to the left, right, or both, but emphasizing one over the other because we know that we are going to want to move our capital to one side of this mountain range and be able to get benefits. Ethiopia could kill Russia in the winter, big true. Dealing with rival Castile as Portugal is of such pain if you can't get allies. A big thing is you can see who they rival, and if you can rival the same one, that helps out a lot. Greetings from Switzerland, hello. Flashbang, big true. Where would you put markets in India? If you're starting as Vijayanagar, you just put one down in the capital. Just tech rush dynamite, basically. Have you took a look at Mycenae? In Germany? No, I've not. But in terms of diplomacy, one thing we're going to have to do is this. with the absolute most important thing. And also, in terms of looking at things regionally, we are going to be able to get trade access over here. And so that is something. And then we're also going to be able to colonize. And if we take a look at the RGOs, there's even really good RGOs here. Colonization will take forever, though, because they have a lot of pops. And so we're not going to do that at game start. But the place I think kind of is good for the capital is like right around here. Somewhere around here. I forget, you can also look at the world map if you do this. You can't use your tooltips, but if you wanted to see like how the RGOs extend in here, you could do this. You have to use the, you can't use the hotkeys, so you can do this. And you can see there's more gold, ivory, some gold over here. I generally think the left is better, but you can go to the right. Also important is to look at our natural harbors here. And we have a couple. And so, in a macro sense, having a capital close to the natural harbors is actually pretty important. You notice, the natural harbors are on the right side of the mountain range. So, really kind of painful is the Ethiopia decision at the beginning. Then we can take a look at our markets. We have one in Axum, which I don't think is a very good location for a market capital, but that's where it starts. I think we would prefer like one on either side of the mountain range, just generally speaking. And to be fair, we could move Axum over, and then we could move like Dongla down or something like this. Or we can move Adan over, and we can move this down and to the left, something like this. But in either case, your ability to push market access across the mountain range is going to be bad. You can see very expensive because of the terrain and also the size. Big locations. Really enjoyed the Delhi video. Any planned similar video for Great Yuan? Not currently. Tried a Korean run, and the second Sun Law is bugged, and I can't remove it. You should get an event. It was fun, though. I played for 100 years. You have to get Yuan to dislike you and play back against Yuan to get rid of the second thing. Alright, let's also just kind of look at our control. That's kind of a layer 2 thing. Both markets and control is a layer 2 thing. And you're going to have a lot of positive economic activity where these overlap. And so the question of where we want Axum to be, or where we want the market to be, is an important question because it really informs where we want our capital to be. And we want to have an overlap between control and market access. Right now, we don't have that at all. Where we have control, we have like 50% market access. And where we have market access, we have no control. So that's going to be very, very painful. We can use trade to try and make money initially, but it'll be something. It won't. To be fair, this is something the people on the forums are very up in arms about. You can have trades that look like they make you money, but they actually lose you money. Which is something I was aware of before, but I wasn't thinking about too much. This trade route will be profitable for half a good, half a unit, but it won't be as profitable as it looks. Yeah, just pain, dude. Let's kind of think through this a little bit. So, do we want to create a new market really early on here? Or do we want to move the capital? The capital will move on its own. So we can play around the market, and maybe we just play around Axum being a market. This is like, in terms of decision trees, it's already a bit rough for like Ethiopia. We can... Let's take a look at our rivers. We have a lot of rivers. This is good for us. We see one come out here. What about the plan of putting a market eventually at Body? Another market down here. There's already a market down there. Chat, I'm in pain, actually. Ethiopia is like... You just have this... You have this massive, like... You walk into the living room and there's just, like, a couch that's upside down and it's turned sideways in the middle of the living room. And you don't know what to make of it. And it's the mountain range here. Let's see. I mean, we have coffee on this side. We got gold on this side. And we want to move over here. So I think we want to kind of build more over here. Let's take a look at our urban locations. And we see that we kind of just have Axum in this location. This location's out in the middle of nowhere. We're going to assume that, just generally speaking, it's going to be good for us to build markets here. We're going to check our price collapse. We have a price collapse on masonry and glass. So we're going to want to build out of Axum. At least at game start, because that's where we have urban locations. The issue is that we're going to have, like, zero control there. Okay. That's kind of... We have some of those ideas figured out to some extent. I think long term we want the capital over here somewhere. And it might just be the first flatland grassland that we could find, or it might be this, like, plateau. This here. Is also maybe reasonable. It's close to Axum. In Gondar. So, that's kind of the idea, I think, that we're coming out with. So, after kind of this market and control layer, because I think it's important to think through this, we have, like, our national layer here, and we are going to think through, hey, do we have anything crazy going on with our estates, laws, and privileges, and also what's going on with our trend. We're stuck in an abysmal import-export. Colonizing gameplay, though, is terrible, though I wouldn't recommend it. You're just stuck with dealing with the abysmal import-export system. You have to do a lot of trading to make colonization work, yeah. And a lot of times, the automated trade won't really get the right routes, and so you have to do it manually. Gondor has a river. I still think it... I mean, you can build a Poundlock Canal because it's next to a lake. Eventually. It's like plateau farmland. It's either this or on the other side of the river here, or on the other side of the hills here. Both of which, if you build in Gondor and you move the capital here, Gondor's still going to be fine. So I think the plan is we're going to build, like, on this side of things. Also, maybe you don't want to urbanize the cotton. But okay, we're going to cruise through and look and see if we have anything crazy that we want to revoke. I'm pretty sure that I don't see the images of anything we want to revoke. And so we're not going to need to really concern ourselves with that. We start with the two good nobles privileges. We start with the good centralization privilege here. Decentralization. We do see that we start with communal lands, which is kind of bad. So we're going to revoke this. Or actually, we're going to look at our values, but we're going to revoke that. And we see that decentralization is 0.41 trend. Usually when a kickoff, most run starts by moving towards centralization. But if we have a really good value, we want to lock it in. We don't want to save traditionalists. We don't want to save spiritualist. Notably, we have a very easy trend towards humanist. And in terms of religion, we don't have a lot of our religion out and about. And so we probably want to go humanist. We have a relatively small trend towards aristocracy. I kind of think aristocracy is a little bit better these days. We have a small trend towards serfdom, which is nice. With the 80 serfdom, huge max tax. And so we're going to be in the market for peasant max tax satisfaction equilibrium. And so we might value serfdom trend quite a lot in various spots because it'll allow us to throw our values on terms of the peasants. But okay. We're fine trending towards conciliatory. We would love to lock in 50 quantity, but that's not very easy to do. We're trending towards land, we're trending towards strat economy, we're trending towards communalism. All of this is fine. There's not a really good way to lock in quant. And so I think what we might do, especially because mountains give less food, I don't know if you run into food problems generally. as Ethiopia. This is something that we would learn from playing multiple times with Ethiopia, but we're having a thought about putting in agricultural cultivation for the serfdom trend, primarily, but it's also kind of nice to get food production on a lot of these. Every time you hear Pound Lock Canal, I hear Panama Canal. My main problem is I overproduce to export to Colony, and other Europeans just import my surplus. That's kind of okay. You just produce more. But you get to control the outgoing goods, and so if you just export, you get first crack at things in your market generally. Crispo, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Much appreciated. Serfdom actually indirectly hampers pop growth. How are we thinking? Emerson Stream, is there a specific Ethiopia? We're just taking requests. We're kind of taking, we're going to look through, like, kind of all the pre-unpause actions, and then we're going to take a look at some other nations, too. Why does Ethiopia have the Armenian flag? I don't know. Gondor calls for aid, though. Are you supposed to build overseas trading posts in every African location, playing as Portugal? Playing as Portugal, I don't know. Your ROI on that's probably not the best. If you have gobs of money, though, probably. And just the ability to move some slaves is going to be good. Trade Office Network is another one we're maybe going to be interested in. Diplo Traditions is pretty good. I think we're going to go with this just to kind of highlight some ideas. And then we'll go with the centralization one next, which we get in 5 years. And so this will give us an additional trend towards serfdom so that we're locked in. It will take a while to put in, but we will be locked in on 80 serfdom. So more raw materials output, more max tax for them. Someone was saying how this indirectly leads to less pop growth. I don't understand that. You're saying because we don't get the prosperity? When you go serfdom, you often go... I assume that's what they mean. You often go decentralized bureaucracy and you don't care about the lack of prosperity. We would not be able to really get a lot of... We wouldn't be able to get a free subjects very quick anyways, like before we get bureaucracy. Hey Rasmus. How's it going? What should I be stacking to get faster integration? Use subjects. Serfdom makes less pops because they eat more food? Well, you just produce more food. Well, here, like, especially, like, it's like, we already solved that problem. Peasants consuming more food also just super doesn't matter, because they don't consume a lot of food to begin with. Okay. Next up, we want to try and get a trend towards centralization, and every time we spend anything, we're going to hit satisfaction, and we're going to hit legitimacy, so we have to be a little bit careful. We're going to start off with revoking this, which is going to move us 0.2 towards this. And then to make the satisfaction better here, we are going to feed them back commoner militias, which is going to make other people upset, including the nobles. And then we'll take a look at the nobles' privileges and see what we like here. There is going to be some. Never banal lordship, never ever. And I think we're going to go monetary fiefs, which will make them a little bit happier. And we're keeping an eye on this. We already have the centralization one for these guys. We could grab the centralization one for these guys. So now we have 0.11 trend towards centralization. Not great, not terrible. And a big part of why we have that is going to be our laws, which we could think through what we want to change, but we are going to be having itinerant court, giving decentralization, not necessarily bad. And then we are going to have... Ooh, we start with favor the ruler. Interesting, interesting. Then we have to move this to central council to get more trend. And so Central Council will give us 0.2 trend. We will be able to get 0.1 off of the government reform we'll get in 5 years. And then we will be able to get off of itinerant court temporarily. We'll be able to get around 0.5, 0.6 trend, so this will be good. Start out as an empire, it looks like. Yeah, that's why we have the extra cabinet seat. We want to appoint specifically members of our family. We start off with 22% crown power, rookie numbers. We can pump those numbers up. I think that we won't really want infantry units, but we want to preserve 1 footman. Let's actually just disband half of them and preserve half, because we want to put our someone in charge here. Let's put... We care about military and we care about Diplo. Let's throw this guy in for the cabinet actions. Actually, I think we want these 3 for the cabinet, so let's have these guys lead our armies. So this 22%, now we're getting this 25% modifier here. And for our cabinet, we're going to assign these guys. Nepotism abound. We aren't pushing... If we were pushing plutocracy, we would assign 1 person from the burghers, but we're not. This guy is the best at changing values because he has the highest diplo, so we'll have him move on centralization. And then we'll stabilize the country and strengthen government as our other actions here. Although diplomatic endeavors wouldn't be insane. Let's just do that kind of to open things up. When does the traffic chart? Your laws actually seem decent. Yeah, the fact that we have favor the ruler is really nice. We just have to change that 1 to get 0.2 centralization trend. But even just starting out, we can get positive trend here. And we have achieved it. It's a very small trend, though, but centralization's so valuable. I think our itinerant court is very good, but I think you want to get off of it. Prox cost through land, very valuable, but I think you want to get off of this to get as much trend as possible until you get like 50 or 60, and then you swap back. What happened to the Molly run? I think we're publishing it today. Were we supposed to post that yesterday? Did I lose track of time? If I was supposed to post that yesterday, I apologize. I think I was planning on posting this after the video. Or after the stream. The Molly run still exists, though. I wanted to ask what starting moves for every country, like what should your goals be at the start. We're kind of talking through that a little bit. We're gonna probably peel off a few years as Ethiopia. And kind of show that a little bit, and then swap over. Okay, so we've got kind of this stuff hanging about. We don't have any subjects. We do have, or we are, a different religion, which means that we can go after people pretty easy. So let's take a look at this guy. They don't have any rivals, so we'll do this, and then we'll take a look at our balance sheet. We're going to throw all of our sliders, and then we're going to delete our forts, we're going to pay max for cost of court, and we're going to do this, which is going to mean we want more peasant satisfaction if we could get it. So let's throw in another peasant, one of these, but we can't do anything that gives free subjects or centralization. So we're going to have to give probably these at some point in order to keep the serfdom around for a little while, but we can revoke them later. But let's go with that. Okay. And then we have kind of a lot of fort maintenance, so we're going to come in here, we're going to type in castle. And I think we're just going to keep the one in Axum only. For starters here. And we're going to mint as much as we can. And just barely have positive balance there. Precious metal distribution. Let's go with regulated export. And then for here, the super secret hidden tech tree of all the sub-Saharan African nations. We're gonna get proximity and monthly legitimacy. And then probably tolerance of true faith and heathens is probably worth researching. Next. Maybe the generic, this into diplomats, into this. Let's plan to stay this religion, but that is a decision to make. Are we going to flip a religion? If not, or if you are, don't get the text. We also do see that we have like a second branch of the tree for our religion off here to the left for heretical beliefs and monthly legitimacy. So let's also pick up that legitimacy over there. In fact, let's do that before this. Okay. And then for our rivals, we're gonna wait and see what Mamluks do. Can't marry anyone, but we do want to wife max. So marrying nobility is kind of okay. We don't have any nobility to marry, that's fair. The guy who's changing values, we're going to promote to head of cabinet here, especially before our costs increase. It's going to give us more crown power from him. I believe. Crown is head of cabinet. So we're going to have a ton of crown power at the end here. And now we kind of have 195 ducats to work with. And we know we want to build an axum a little bit. And so what we're going to do is we're going to check our markets. And we're going to check and see what's going on with our lumber. And are burghers importing it? Burghers are not importing it, so we can collapse the price of it. And we're going to check the same for masonry. We have a positive balance of masonry. Glass. Glass is almost always positive. And then also tools. Okay, are we importing it with the burghers? No, we're not. In fact, we're exporting it. So, excellent. So things should be cheap. We do want to build lumber in at least one location to try and collapse the price. So we're going to build one lumber. We are mostly the only person in our market, or we are majority of our market, so we don't have to worry about other people quite as much. And then this should handle... Oh, what's this? What's this? We have a second type of fort. We have stockades. So let's delete some of the stockades. Okay, so the lumber's coming in. For here, usually most people... Here, let's also delete this and just look at the highest market price goods. Most people will have very expensive fabric. We don't have very expensive fabric, and we don't have high demands for fabric, and the burghers are importing. Interesting. So we might need a little bit of a different approach at game start, because usually on most countries, you're going to have a very profitable opportunity in the fabric. We don't. In fact, our Spinners Guild is more profitable. Curious. I do think we could take a look here, and we see that we will have an iron production bonus. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to lock in the fact that our iron is going to be cheap. We're going to build some fabric. And you kind of want to get your urban areas promoting. That way you're making use of your pop promotion speed, so we'll do that. And then we'll take a look at what RGO we can expand. I think we'll use this kind of... oh, Jesus, that's such a bad... We're assuming that we're going to move the capital to Axum relatively soon because we have a city there. And so even though this only makes 0.68, we are going to have much higher control here, especially when our ruler dies. So we're going to go with that. And I think our spend is up. When our trade kicks in, our balance should get positive, especially with the level of crown power we have. Our crown power is going to shoot up to like 30 or something. Has anyone suggested Mamluks yet? No? Can you pin goods to the outliner? You can. Yeah, look at this. 34. Hell yeah, brother. Do a video for every country, string goals. starting goals. That's a lot to talk through. That is a lot to talk through. But yeah, you can, and this is reasonable to do. It's the person asking about the outliner. You can, unfortunately, it only does it for your home market, like where your capital's at, which is kind of why I don't usually pin it, but you can pin lumber, and then we could show this a little bit. Lumber, masonry. Making a small positive balance. We do get a rivalry from this guy. I think we want to actually trend towards conciliatory, so we're not going to rival anyone. Lack of rivals is giving us +4. And we're planning on going after that guy. We do get a little bit of an event for ourselves. Both days Sabbath. We might have to go with that. We can grant that for free. So we can grant that without upsetting the nobility. And we are probably going to have issues with satisfaction. Do we not have access to that normally? We don't have access to that normally. I think we're going to go with it. The RGO output -5% is painful, but RGO -5% is better than like production efficiency -5% in a lot of cases, because the RGO is always profitable. The production efficiency operates at the margin. So let's go with this. Mainly because we're going to, for our budget, what we're looking for is how much max tax opportunity do we have? And can we push it? What do we need in terms of satisfaction? And we need 15% satisfaction on the peasants, and we need a 15% satisfaction on those guys. Let's also tax these guys a little bit here. So, where's Shewa at? I think it's a location. Ooh, everyone's pissed. I think we can find Shewa. Or it's a province. Here's Shewa. Number 9 thing, the big part of why we're number 9, number 10 great powers, a big source of it is your country rank. We start out as empire. How do I unlock the imperialism CD? You unlock it really late. I think in the age of absolutism or later. Would want to see Iran? Pretty sure it includes everyone. Yeah. Is there something missing for pushing plutocracy? I'm looking for plutocratic value stuff, and it seems like you can only get like 80% with everything. I can't find generic events for it. Yeah, Connor, the for your cabinet, if you have a member of your cabinet as the burghers, you can roll an event that'll give you +10, and this is like one of the ways you push plutocracy. Which means you can't use Curtail the Burghers until you push plutocracy where you want, right? Because Curtail the Burghers is going to block them from cabinet. Otherwise, Curtail the Burghers is really great, but it's going to make it so they can't serve in cabinet. What's the best way to deal with stupid burghers exporting lumber? Just producing more lumber. Unfortunately. It's just no labor on Sunday with a different name. That's kind of what it looks like. I think you get both, though. Venice Run. I've run out of cabinet characters about 100 years. Feels very bad. Can this be avoided? I think having subjects helps out. We generally have a lot of subjects and don't have too much issue. I'm not 100% sure. Practicing for multiplayer? Nope, just doing run starts, taking requests. We have a couple requests written down. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's so good. You get 20% procs on Ethiopia? Bro, that's so good. Plus prosperity at game start? I have to write this down. This might be one of the best government reforms in the game. I can't believe I forgot about this, because I've seen this before. Okay, this is very strong. We're gonna go for this. We want this. And that also ties up our government reform slot, so we're locked in. Locked and loaded. We're keeping an eye on this, and we're keeping an eye on the satisfaction of our estates. Really, really low for the guys there. Okay, the Lalibela Cross. We should move it to our capital. We don't really care about prestige at this point. We kind of care about the satisfaction there, so we're going to just do that option. We're making a little bit of money now. Not a lot. Ethiopia confirmed cracked. I mean, basically, 20% procs cost is like... There's like 3 countries with more that I can think of. Playing Boho and a PU. Why aren't you playing Ethiopia? Is this not allowed? This isn't allowed. King is HRE, but as Austria, so HRE will just go down my inheritance, but I can't get it until I annex them. Pain. Pain indeed. Large or small colonial nations? Small. Large is more satisfying, though. Like, emotionally, I like large, but it's not gonna be better. Let's see if they've rivaled anyone here. We can't rival those guys. Otherwise we would want to. I forgot the Patriarchate minigame. For these guys. Did I see max tax? Okay, just minus 50%. Yeah, functionally you can't tax them. Minister gains power. I hate that this event can fire for a crown power character. I think it's real stupid. We're gonna say he's doing great. He's our kid. Little nepotism. We're gonna choose the admin option. Admin does give proximity cost reduction. I think that, let's check the price of sand. So we have no supply of sand and some demand. How's that? Okay, never mind. We have common goods. Burgers are exporting, so we should have a low sand price. So we're thinking of this. 149. Yikes. We do want to get our capital to move, but since we have itinerant court, it's going to move when our ruler dies. Can move its rocket. Listen, you avoided playing that hellhole for 2 years. I could start a run somewhere else. Nope, not allowed. Not allowed. I disagree. I've been requested for it non-stop for forever. Where do I place my markets in Sicily, playing as Naples? Are you going to go after Tunis or not, is the question, I think. 5% proximity cost. Right, if you're going after Carthage / Tunis, I think you do not place a capital in Sicily or a market in Sicily. Because Sicily, just by itself, has, like, no food. And you will be big sad. There's, like, not enough food here to support a market if you have one in Naples and one down here. So, if you want to steal this market capital and move it here and not conquer North Africa, which I think is bad, you can do that. But that's the instance in which I would have a market capital there. Follow all? Yeah, basically. When will we get our music player? What's our prox cost? How much prox cost do we have already? Dude, how much does it swing when we walk is basically what I'm trying to ask. We have 17% proximity cost reduction and 16% proximity cost through land. Without any centralization. Bro, we're gonna have like minus 50% so early. Insane. Insane. Just... I'm just... So, you used to be able to get 20% as Vijayanagara after you formed India, but now that's even 15%. It's literally like the only people who I think get more... to be fair, you have this like absolute monstrosity in the middle of your starting territory, so I understand why they give them a lot of procs, but the only countries that get more are the Ottomans and Russia. Tunis is rightfully Neapolitan clay? Yeah, basically. Converting provinces to Catholic is realistically possible for our Age of Reformation. No, I wouldn't worry about it. I don't think it's worth the cabinet action. If someone paid me $5 every time they asked me to do something regardless of me actually doing it, I'd put that thing off, I'd put off doing that thing as much as possible too. Yeah, this is the real strategy. I mean, Ethiopia is way more fun in this game than in Victoria 3. That's Tuodros' dick, basically. What's that swinging between our legs? I think it's 33 proximity cost reduction to start. To run with. Yeah, I'm considering this road as like one of our first things that we pay for. So... K-Sen, thank you for the follow, big nice. But we're gonna play up until the first parliament, and then we're gonna switch nations. I think we just want the 10 legitimacy. That's gonna be nice. A big part of our expenditure right now is actually just our legitimacy sliders, so we'll basically double our margin here. We also do want to give out more privileges. These guys are really upset right now. We don't mind a conciliatory trend, but we don't want to do this early. Stab investment and communalism is, I think, just generally speaking good. Tax exemption also is going to make a lot of sense for us. Because we have minus 50% max tax anyways, so we're not going to be able to tax our clergy. So let's just go with that. And then our clergy's happy, but our nobility is super upset. We would not necessarily mind giving out another noble privilege, but let's go with this. We're doing it in the capital for the extra 10% trend towards centralization, and here we actually get kind of an okay roll. I think we're going to end up spending most of our stuff anyways, but we get gravel network with 32 towards this. Let's actually just check. I think Elite Council makes a lot of sense here if we're staying aristocracy. So let's slot that in. And we're going to have ourselves an easier parliament here. Blue expand gravel road network. I don't think it matters their happiness. Yeah, it doesn't matter their happiness for this. It matters their happiness for the other button clicks. But we're going to get through this kind of at the start. What are your thoughts on RP run campaigns? Like me doing them? They're okay. I didn't find the way to pin the situation at the bottom of the screen. Can you show how it's done, please? So that's not a pin, it's a control group. And so what you do is you select the situation, and you go Control XYZ. So here we're doing Control 1. So this, we can pin it by doing Control 4. And then if we click 1, we'll select the army, and if we click the other one, we'll select the other one. The religious one. Okay. Serfdom support. So we do start out without having the burghers. So this is a little bit of a vibe. In order to get the burghers' parliament, in order to be able to swap to it, we're going to have to click the button that is right here when we don't have parliament in session. And also have over 20% burgher satisfaction. I think we're going to get one button click. Ooh, we maybe should have clicked the button beforehand. Yeah, looking at this, we don't have the clergy in here either. Normally the clergy comes out to play. I don't know if it's worth the stab, but okay, we're only going to be able to click into these guys. We don't want to do autonomy, and so we're going to do that. We're going to do a law change, and we're going to do getting off of feudal administration, which gives us decentralization, to central council, which gives us centralization. So now we are going to have up to a 0.34 trend towards centralization, so we're pushing the centralization here. And I think that's our parliament here. And I think that's kind of us off to the races. We have planned to expand into here, and move the capital over here at some point in time. We'll play through Axum now. We're going to get roads down as kind of our next expenditure, I think. Specifically roading over here. Well, actually, road over there doesn't do anything until we move the capital. So maybe we just hold off on the roads, we expand out the RGOs. God, that just, like, sucks so hard. That's probably the strat, though. The road's really not going to do a whole lot. I suppose we have a gravel road right now, though. And so, if we can, I guess maybe it makes sense right now to do the... I think if we wait a couple months, we'll be able to get 120... Nope, just kidding. Not even close. Yeah, a bit of a rough start to get going that we have going on here, but let's take a quick poll, I guess. Have you seen Inner World Conquest yet? Playmaker's getting awfully close. I've seen parts of his run. I haven't seen a World Conquest. Timurids into HRE is very cute. I think I have a strategy for World Conquest that's reasonably good. I don't know if it's better than Timurids into HRE. I think it's better than the Milan into Navarra thing that both him and Fleury were working on. But I don't know if it's better than the Timmy into HRE. So, we're going to take a look at Persia, Portugal, Majapahit, or OPM. And the polls on the YouTubes. Apologies to the Twitch people. Don't clickbait, man. If no one can World Conquest, I might do that. And I might use my strategy. And I think it's pretty good, so... I can tell you the overall idea, the strategic idea, I think I could discuss that, is that, I think, too much focus is being placed on, war score cost reduction as a tool of world conquest, and not enough on the flat cost of conquest, and that specifically, and this is why I think the Timurid strategy is way better than the Milan strategy. Specifically, you have to conquer China early, because the flat cost of places is going to absolutely explode when they have high population. And so you have to conquer China and India early, or start breaking up India early. Also, I think that for as long as you can, you want to stay low antagonism. And those are kind of the two things. Silas Twitch Voices feels bad, man. I don't even see him in my United chat right now. Where there's rising up. Looks like a lot of you guys are saying Persia. So how did the votes go down? Wait, what? I didn't know you could unvote on the YouTube vote. That's crazy. But it's looking like you guys are saying Persia, and let's take a bit of a... I don't think we saved this game. But this is so good. I knew they had something. I had completely forgotten they had that. 20% prox cost reduction. Man. Maybe they're better than Mali. They might be better than Mali. I don't know. They're kind of on the wrong side of the continent. I think you flip Catholic as an army-based country, you could become conquistador and just conquer any provinces you occupy. Oh, really? You flip Catholic as an army-based country. That might be better then. Yeah, no, that's kind of... I mean, I think it's cheesy, but I think any world conquest strategy, you're just cheesing anyway, so, like, that doesn't really matter that it's cheesy. That's cute. Yeah, that's probably better than what I'm thinking about. What I'm thinking about is not necessarily that good. Switching off Ethiopia already? Yeah, we just want to get some, like, kind of starts off. Guess I'm gonna have to Dono 5 again next week. Got him. Lamau got him. Let's go. You don't have to keep giving me money for Ethiopia. I do think that Ethiopia is actually, like... They're, like, pain when you look at them, but they're not, like, Alright, let's take a look at Ormus, because people want to see Persia. So first of all, Ormus has access to the Straits of Hormuz, and this is kind of super cracked. We also get reasonably good bonuses. We only get 7, but trade efficiency 5%. Normally, the modifiers don't go that big. Maritime presence 10% is kind of okay. Monthly diplomats 0.1, and improved relations 20%. Actually, huge fan of that. Monthly dev. So you have 40% more dev than people, and these are age 2 techs. We have light ship build cost minus 33%, and income from minting plus 25%, which is a pretty solid minting modifier, which also means that in the 4th age, we will want to go capital economy, the minting tech that doubles your minting, doubles your flat minting, and so effectively you will be getting 250% minting. Is there any restrictions for moving your market? You can only move it to a location that is within the same market, and you can't move it right next to where the market is. And I think generally you have to move it to an urban location. I think those are the restrictions. Fably, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Majapahit losing. 5/7 meme at this point. Spoilers of the New World? What? Unless you mean countries there? Spoilers the New World. Well, I don't even know what you're referring to. But, we have solid stuff as Ormus here. And then, a big characteristic of Ormus is going to be the sound toll income. And so we're going to want to get our crown power high. I mean, you want to get your crown power high on everyone, but we're going to do the thing where we're going to look through, hey, where's our population? And we say, oh, we don't have any. What's population? What's that? We actually see a ton over here, though. We can expect to see them migrate, but that's kind of rough, because we want to play Persia, we want to play from this side of things, but navally speaking, they're all on the coast, and so we have to push naval as quickly as possible. Let's take a look at our development. Well, there's no development where the pop's at. like actual none, and we do have some in Hormuz. And so this is probably going to be kind of this, and this across the way is going to be our region. We see really rough terrain. We see desert. Yikes. Desert responds really well to urbanization, though, because when you urbanize, you get plus 20k flat pop capacity, so it like often doubles your pop capacity. So usually urbanization actually increases your population growth, especially if you are pop capped. And so this is going to be something that we kind of have our eyes on or are thinking about. Hormuz is flatland. Even Hormuz is desert. Okay. Let's take a look at our RGOs, though. We're going to have pearls in a lot of spots. That's going to be a fine enough resource to trade. A little bit of gold inland, some dyes. Wool is fine. We're going to have alum and more pearls. And just kind of pearls. A lot of pearls. Okay. And next, let's take a look at our market situation. We have Hormuz. It's kind of getting decent-ish market access. Not really. Long-term, Hormuz is probably a bad place for a market, because you don't really propagate across water all that well. Do we have any rivers? We have one river over here. And so we could look to put a market there, and a market there, and a market here. We might just... This might not be big enough to support a market, but very often you don't want to cross waterways, especially as you get higher and higher tier roads. Crossing waterways gets worse and worse. I think we can work with Hormuz here for now, as both our capital and also as our market center. A big portion... Ooh, jeez. That's rough. We want better than a natural harbor suitability of 10% for our capital. Bifrost MR, thank you for the follow, big dice. New World existing as a spoiler, of course. Oh, gotcha. How long is it supposed to take to enforce culture on a subject? You can enforce them and they flip back really quick, is usually what happens. So you might have to enforce multiple times. Often, once they culture convert a decent chunk, they stop flipping back. So having smaller subjects makes it a lot better, because it takes fewer cabinet actions for them to switch culture. What's your general strategy for weak OPMs? Tiny pop, no trade, no good, no good RGO, no trade capacity. I become not an OPM as quickly as possible. Playing Majapahit, looking to flip Sunni. Yeah, flipping Sunni was super hard on the pre-release build. We left a lot of feedback about that, because that's supposed to be thematically something you do. So we want 50 plus. So that means that we're looking at moving the capital eventually here. Or like over here. God. Unless we get something crazy from our tech tree. Microphone, thank you for the follow, big nice. So let's take a look. So we can read. We have eyes. We saw that we have all this. But did we read this? So let's see if we have anything on Iranian. But really, the thing that we're going to be looking for is going to be any type of naval propagation bonus that we have by virtue of having our capital, like, around here. Like, if we have our capital... If we move our capital over to Indonesia, for example, they get access to a tech that gives 0.5 a flat proximity cost reduction. And so we're going to take a quick perusal. You can see, oh, we even start with a lot of that good stuff. But right now we're just kind of perusing. If we have a reason to not move the capital, basically. And I don't think we're going to, so we're going to want to move the capital. We have Dao. Very strong. This is a light ship that you get way early. In age 1. So we're happy about that. That is an example, by the way, of we're in one of these locations, so we get access. So we would not want to move out of one of these, capital out of this, if we want to be able to hold on to that. We see we have a normal looking tech tree. We have the normal Sunni over here. Nothing crazy. We're looking for the cultural icon, by the way, on these types of texts. So you can see this is a settled country, so it gives that. There's going to be a cultural icon. We're not looking for our flag icon. We've seen the flag bonuses. Kind of nice that we get those all at the top of the tree, but this is, for example, we're looking for these. Being in Asia is very nice, though. There's a bunch of good stuff for being in Asia. But not seeing... We kind of know all the Asia texts. We're not seeing any texts specific, so I'm guessing we want to just stay in... Make sure we stay in Asia. We don't move the capital out of Asia, but we want to move the capital somewhere else to a better maritime... a better harbor. Because currently the harbor is no good unless there's... Unless we get some sort of capital building that boosts... boost this a lot, it's going to be no good. What's the meta religion? I think it's probably Shinto. And then after Shinto, the one that China starts out with is really good because it gives you 0.5 legitimacy gain. What's the best capital for China? Hangzhou, I think. The trade center that's just south of that big farmland clump. Watch your content on YouTube. Thanks for the content. You're welcome. You're welcome. Did I answer your question? I'm not sure, but I answered this one. How long is it supposed to take to enforce culture? Yeah, we did answer the culture question. The answer was they flip off of it when you enforce pretty quickly, and so it doesn't always stick. What's the floor of proximity cost over land and maritime? Like 0.99%. You can get it to like functional 0. So maybe there's a unique event. That was kind of what I was thinking, is like, do we get some sort of like ability to propagate naval from this? But okay, let's take a look at what we have going on here. We start with primacy of the nobility, but we don't start with anything too crazy. There's going to be a couple things that we want to actually give out to the nobles that they don't currently have. We do start again with this, which we'll want to get rid of, probably. We start with the centralization trend again. Or, sorry, the decentralization trend. Is there anything we want to lock up? Well, we want to go... We know that we want to go capital economy and have it over 50 by the 4th age because of minting. And production efficiency, we also don't have tremendously good RGOs. We know that we want to push naval. To try and think through what we want. And we currently have a neutral serfdom trend. I don't think we necessarily want that. I think we want to go free subjects, and we maybe want to go Pluto. So this is going to kind of shape how we approach this. I think it's generally cheaper to go free subjects. Yeah, and I don't think our resources justify trying to stay serfdom. So we're going to revoke this. We are going to not mind giving out free subject stuff, but generally I do like giving out the... Looks like we start with it, give it out, the militias one. Fewer levies isn't awful. I think we'd rather give this out. And the nobles are a little upset, but we want to give them, in either case, the monetary fiefs for the centralization trend and noble levy. or noble navy. I think we'll give out noble navy right now because we want to start moving towards naval values. And it's also very, very important that we get high crown power here. Because our sound toll will add to the economic base. And crown power will mediate how much of that we get. Unless I'm grossly mistaken. So we can plan on going crown power reform. And we can plan on going double crown power reform. I don't know if we want the Aristo trend. We could double check here what we get in Age of Renaissance. When you want to play serfdom for the plus 33% crown power privilege in the future, we're going naval. Naval really pressures your gov reform slots. I don't think we can afford to do that and like some of the good gov reforms and the naval stuff. It's too much pressure on the slot. 5 to go through maritime. No, Connor's correct. It's 0.01. It's 5 is the floor that you get from maritime reduction, but if you have minus 99%, or you have minus 100% proximity cost reduction, even over naval, I do believe you reduce it to 0.01. I haven't seen that level of reduction except for over land, and for land it's 0.01, which is, yeah. You should try Yemen. Lumber accidents is a massive problem. Yeah, we're getting to that. Yeah. War Chariot, thank you for the follow. Flex Smackdown, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Okay, so how's our legitimacy? 60. Let's check some of this stuff. Let's max this out. Fort maintenance, I think we're just paying for the one in the capital A. Oh, looks like there's one over here. Let's delete that. And looks like we're not really getting anything out of the Dhimmi. We'll just choose this. And so we want more burghers tax, or we want more burger satisfaction here. And also, we probably should have given this privilege out as Ethiopia, but this is just an insane privilege, and you want to give it out for most starts. So let's do this. Which is also going to increase the satisfaction, and so now we're taxing them at the most, the highest amount. Let's get the minting up to this. And our trade is about to kick in. Or trade is going to kick in. We are trending towards innovative. We're going towards free subjects now. We're going towards naval now. So we have a lot of very slight trends. Do we have the Muffin Man? No, we don't. We are going to choose the highest Diplo guy that is in Crown Power. We're going to make him change societal value centralization. So we'll be able to start moving it. It'll be a little bit slow. And now we have a little bit of a choice. Do we want to push plutocracy early? I don't think the answer is yes. But we want to keep that option on board, so we don't want to commit to too many things that give us Aristo. But if we wanted to push it early, we would want a burger guy. Let's actually take a look at our parliament. This gives in clergy, so we can't... What's this? Why can we swap that? Did they change the requirement? You used to need 20% burger power to be able to swap to that. We don't want to make the swap because we don't have enough legitimacy. But okay. We're going to just use nepotism. And we are going to strengthen the government here. And we want to have either a navy or a military. That way we can put another Crown Power character in charge of one of the two. Navy's probably going to be a little bit better for us. So for our spend, we are going to invest in a wharf. And this is going to help us infrastructure-wise anyways. And then we are going to take a look at... We've kind of already looked at our capital and thought through that. Let's take a closer look at our market, what we have going on. And we'll get the bad news. We will get the bad news. Which is that we have... Lumber does not exist to us. It's going to be all burger imports. Yeah, tons of burger imports. And then we have a bunch of demand for it. Stockades, carpenters, potteries. So we can turn off the carpenters, but then the burgers will just import less. But functionally, we aren't going to be able to reduce the price of lumber. So we want to keep that in mind. Unless we import a lot of it, but we would have to import a lot. Masonry is kind of already collapsed. Sand, I think we have no problem with. There's plenty of sand around here. Are we exporting it? Yeah, burgers are exporting, so sand price will be very cheap. Glass and tools, we do want to make sure we have sources of. We have plenty of glass and tools. Do we have positive supply of tools? Burgers are exporting, we do. Okay, so prices should be good for all of that except for wood, but there's not a whole lot we could do about wood. What's our level of urbanization? We just have Ormus. All right, fair enough. And then let's check one more time. For is there anything that is absurdly expensive? Slaves are decently expensive. Paper's decently expensive. Fine cloth, not a lot of demand. Depressed in price even. What is our province? This is our province. Looks like we'll actually have a little bit of a bonus towards jewelry. But paper was cheap, or was expensive. I don't hate starting to go paper books early, considering it's lucrative. So we're going to add one of those. You want to kind of always be promoting early on, especially. And then let's see what our RGOs are going to be that are going to be profitable. And we'll build a little bit of that. Actually, we'll just cry, because... God damn. We have a city, so we can build these kind of quickly. The thing is we won't be able to get the discount for some time. But let's take a look at what we're getting per... We're getting a similar amount per... cost. But this is just pure value. So the painful thing is, like, I don't think we can get wood cheap. Very easily. We can import it. I think generally we allow slave religion. It's better to do that before on pause because you start making money. And it gets more expensive. Pain, man. I think we're going to go for trade capacity with the idea that we're going to import lumber. But this really is painful. This is the pain of just playing in Arabia, just in general. There's sand in the desert. I know, who would have thought? Lack of lumber is fair. Yeah, the thing is I think RGOs, like, I think a lot of things... I think that the fact that everything costs lumber instead of, like, a combination of lumber, clay, and sand and stone is kind of silly. I think it should be, like, lumber should not be as ubiquitous, and you shouldn't get hosed as hard. But we're gonna take it on pause here. This should fix with the trade. Yeah, trade income. We should have decent crown power. Just kidding. Oh, we want to get off of traditional distribution. And we don't currently have... Oh, you know what we should probably build next is a sergeantry. We should probably just get a navy and an army so that we could get 50%. We should have done this before I'm pausing, but I think we actually also want to promote this guy to the head of cabinet. It's going to make him push the value better, but more importantly, it's going to give us another 25% crown power here. So that's going to give us another third of the trade money. So our trade income went from 3 point something to 5 point something. Chatty TV, thank you for follow, big dice, much appreciated. Did we really... Bro... Talk about low roll. The guy we promoted to head of cabinet literally dies the next day. Holy shit. Wait, what are you gonna do? Got him. Lamau got him. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. No one's gonna get that reference. We forgot to do Diplo stuff. Let's improve relations with these guys, because they're spooky in the region. I think we're planning on expanding to some of these small guys. Oh, pain. God damn, dude. We don't have a lot of agency in terms of being able to win this, actually. Don't hate just kind of giving this... Oh, it's the Jawanids? I thought it was the Injuids. Wait, they want independence. Can we offer you sound toll exemption? Maru. Wait, we're declaring independence? I'm so confused. I'm very confused here. Reservoir dogs? Yes, those are reservoir dog serpents. Being a cabinet under Generalist is a stressful job. Was he 50? First day on the job? Basically, paid his salvation. Yeah. We're in big pain. I don't understand exactly what's happening. Take over market capital actually would be super nice. Are they trying to deck independence from us? Sorry, brothers, we sent you to die. I mean, we just have nowhere near the levy size. There's, like, no way that this works. Oh, it was very cute that they would accept this at the very start of the war. But yeah, seeing as I think we can't win, and I think we get turbo dumped on, we're gonna give them sound tolls and humiliate. Thanks, bro. Restart, dog. Are you able to see other people's cab actions? Not that I know of. They stay tributary here, though, too. Let's improve relations with them, though, right? Do we have anyone else? No. We're not going to cheese the Diplo slider, where you could just run a negative balance and it doesn't matter. We're going to pretend like we have to have a positive balance and we're just going to pay for it. Gotta go. The stream be uploaded on YouTube. Yeah, it's just auto-saved as a VOD. Are they even able to tributary with 4x your army size? I don't know, but we're not fighting that. Hell no. Once we get to max, we'll have a better balance once we get to max legitimacy. That's like what we're paying for right now. Nobles stuff is generally a little bit more pressured. That should help out a little bit for us getting a better balance. I guess we need to think what we want our other cab action or cab thing to be. Sorry. We were in the middle of checking this. If we wanted one of these. This is what we want. The issue is we need 50 cap economy to be able to do that. Plutocratic ethos is also not insane if we want to push plutocracy, but I don't know that that's the case. So I think we just want to maximize crown power at the start here. And we'll get off of autocracy later, but let's just put that in, and then we'll put in the other crown power one later. What is this? Naban, control of Oman. We will just give everything to Oman? No, dog. not want negative tax efficiency. We do not abide. What's your takes on the game's economy? I find it deep yet shallow. Well, I think it's complex. There's a lot of moving parts, but there's a lot of stuff that's ungrounded. After 40 or 50 years, you run out of things to do with money. You made more buildings. Manpower is scarce in the early game, impossible to produce, and you stuck 150 years doing nothing but building buildings. Well, yeah, if your criticism is you build a lot of buildings, I would agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Nice, great stream. Thank you. Bye for now. See you later, man. See you later. Getting like no proximity. I think we have yeah, it counts as through land, at least until we get more naval proximity here. Oh, you know it's cute. We can put our ruler in charge of these levies that we have raised, and this is going to give us 25% crown power from him being in command. We don't actually have to build a boat. We roll expand gravel road network kind of again, but here's an interesting one. Muscat becomes a town. Does it have a good natural harbor? Not really. Not sure we even want it as a town, but this is one to keep your eye out for if you're an OPM. I think we'll just go expand gravel road network, and we will law change off of... We want to get off of feudal administration, and we also want to get off of... We want to get off of several things. Tax farming, actually, for Ikta, I think you early on do want the prosperity one. But I think first we're going to get on to... Well, we could go prosperity first. We're going to do favor the wealthy, I think. For the crown power. We're having crown power issues. And we can do serfdom support. Don't really want to do land focus because we want to trend. But we're going to try and... I was going to say try and get to another 50% threshold. We don't hit it. A little bit obnoxious. We are making kind of a bit more money though. We're over 25% crown power. Kind of the critical thing, so mission accomplished, I guess. We'll just lose support, because we're not gonna get a thing anyways. Okay, I think we will give out some more privileges though. Let's double check and see, are we under satisfaction to tax? And we see that we are on the commoners, and so we want to pass out stuff to them. And also, I don't think us having bigger levies is going to be super critical, so let's do this. And what's our religion that we have a bunch of? We have a bunch of Buddhism. Heretical's difficult to get acceptance for. It's kind of a cute one. 250 years it gets more divorced, but Renaissance era you have nothing to do but build buildings and sometimes conquer things. I mean, I think there's like a lot of stuff to do, but some of my criticism is more the lack of grounding, but that doesn't seem to be where you're... Yeah, basically possible to own land in the New World, or am I missing something? With a viceroyalty, with the Iberian buildings you can. Been building 100 maritime presence in a line and trying to get everything, building proximity, but it's not even close. Yeah, no, you can't get proximity there. You can't project it over open seas, basically. that is, like, functionally impossible. I don't think we can build a road to there. Yeah, so our capital has some limitations. We basically, like, can't build roads in a useful way other than for, like, the development. No roads starting out anywhere near here. We're holding out on this for the crown power centralization one. We have a little bit of centralization trend, not a lot. There's another law we need to change off for another 0.2. Let's give out this though. We can give out a nobility one. Let's give out this. We maybe should have given out this. Let's give out nobility-controlled serfdom. That kind of kills some of our trend here, but that's not a big deal. I think we want free subjects, but not a ton of it. Or we're okay going to free subjects, it's not as much we want in. I think that allows us to tax the nobles a little bit more. No, we're already taxed at a max. The burghers we could tax a little bit more though. But those all together should give us like 0.2 more centralization trend. Yeah, now we're 0.24. I recommend deleting the Lisboa market as soon as possible as Castile, Spain. This is probably reasonable. I think keeping the market's not insane either. Do you force input goods like cotton from a market with plantations to produce fine cloth? Yes. It's not super high on the priority list, but this is something we'd do. Have you, we would do it more if plantations actually function properly. Currently, plantations are just bugged. It's pretty obnoxious. But they're also super overtuned, so, like, that they're bugged, like, they're still worth it even though they're bugged, because they're super overtuned, I think. They have not, at any point in time, worked properly. The way that they work is, the distribution of slaves to locations is such that the plantations never fully employ. Because you'll have like RGO building level 10 and 20 plantation levels, and what will happen is the slaves will prioritize the RGO building levels. And so you'll get like 20,000 slaves in the location in terms of the distribution, and then 10,000 will work in the RGO, and then 10,000 will work in the plantation, and you won't get any more slaves, and so you'll just have like half the plantations, basically. It's kind of annoying. But plantations are so overtuned, and them working in the RGOs, it's not like it's bad, so it's like, it's fine, it's just annoying. More than anything. I think we kind of have this start handled a little bit, though. We're making a decent amount of money. The thing is our opportunities, like, largely just flow through Hormuz, basically. In terms of economy, and we're going to have to just bite the bullet and, like, pay for stuff. Let's actually see if we could maybe solve this lumber issue, actually. I think we have cheap enough. What do we need here? Beeswax? We don't have it. Alright, fair. Let's see if we can get lumber price down. This is a little bit of a curiosity, and this kind of like deals with starts, and then we'll move on to the next start. Whichever one's winning the poll. The thing is, there's a lot of other people in the Hormuz market, so we're just kind of, we'll probably just end up collapsing prices for them, but we're gonna take a look and see if we can move some goods over from combat. The thing is the burghers will just stop importing. Yeah. We have to import more than what the burghers are importing to make a difference here. So now that's all of our trades. The burgers will stop importing entirely. And now they're exporting. We love the burgers. I think we need to wait another month tick for our extra trade capacity to come in. But okay, can we import? I'm not sure it's possible or like worth shooting for. And this is just kind of a test for that. The test is going poorly. We're making decent money anyways. I wonder how much of this is from the sound toll. Most of it. Yeah, okay. Also, this is why the Janissary barracks is never full. That might be it, yeah. You said early access Ethiopia and Mali would be interesting runs. Is there a reason you haven't done those campaigns with those two since release? So I have a Mali video that I think I'm releasing later today. So I have done Mali, and a big part of how I selected the nations to do runs for and starting steps for was entirely based on what people wanted, not what like I felt like playing. Otherwise, we would have done a Majapahit run, and I guess Mali, to some degree, was something I wanted, but a lot of people wanted it. Has the poll been posted to Twitch? It has not. Usually we don't have too many Twitch viewers. Well, wow, we do have a lot of Twitch viewers. Let's maybe do a new poll for a runoff between... Yeah. Let's do a straw poll so the Twitch viewers get representation. Who play? See if there's any... If you guys have a request, put it in chat. Does Molly? Nope. Put it in chat. And we'll add it to the poll. Because we're going to do ranked order poll. So we're going to have Portugal in there. We're going to have OPM in there. Although OPM might be a little bit less interesting. We're kind of doing small starts. Let's kind of delete OPM from the consideration here. We have Majapahit, Cusco, Kiev. In terms of things that have been requested. Let's actually just keep this rolling in the background while we make this poll. Kiev, and then we already have Majapahit. Persia we're kind of taking a look at. I guess we actually didn't take a look at Persia. Still above base price. God damn it, dude. Price is actually even higher. Alright, let's see just real quick if there's any additional ones. Would love the team to go through and give RGOs another pass for to encourage specialization. I really don't like that most markets can easily satisfy 95% of their needs. Yep. I conquered Sicily, OPM, and want to reclaim its cores, but the CD isn't showing why. I conquered Sicily and want to reclaim its cores. So you can use the integration map mode and look at the cores. Did you release them as a subject? If you release them as a subject, what's going to happen is they're going to make a spy network. And then they're going to try and make a claim, and this takes some time, so you just have to wait. If you get a statistic ruler, you can execute the treacherous burgers. Big nice. Majapahit sounds like good. Morocco. We could have Morocco. Morocco, Korea, Riga. Morocco, Korea, Riga. Let's add a couple of these. Korea. Riga is an interesting one. I've never even remotely taken a look at Riga, so we'll add that. Burger only pull. Ulm, we're not going to do Ulm. Denmark, Serbia. Denmark's kind of similar to Ormus, so we'll leave that. We'll put on Serbia there. Game overtaking volume. Yeah, the sound is really inconsistent in terms of volume. Have you played around with tag swapping? We have a little bit in the Venice run because we tag swapped to Carthage. But this is not because it's good. Bohemia. Bohemia is insane. We could maybe do it if people want to see it. Genoa, and let's put Serbia on and then call it. Alright, this is going to be a rank order poll. Okay, that means you are going to rank these in terms of which one you want. You're going to drag them up and down. Okay. It says drag your preference to the top. Do that. Let's actually maybe show the chat, because I know I sound like I'm upset and disappointed, and it's because I am, because there's always people who don't know how to do it. I feel like we yell at chat every time, but to be honest, it's not chat's fault. It's my fault. Okay. You drag and drop the order in which you want to vote these things. It is a rank order poll. They get more score based on where they are. Hell yeah, rank order, basically. My thoughts exactly. Yeah, but I don't think we're collapsing the wood price here anytime soon. I think in theory we eventually could get it down, but this would be something that we would not want to do in an immediate fashion. And we're like promptly getting punished for trying, I think. I think we're like losing money here. I suppose we might as well wait till a Renaissance and show off the crown power privilege, or sorry, government reform we're waiting for. Cost of court honestly is like so much worse than legitimacy. We're mainly in here for the proximity cost. I mean, the more I play, the more I kind of just really dig Diplo instead, because Diplo is giving you stuff you can't really buy very easy. Yeah. And then what we wanted here, what we were waiting for, was putting in Royal Decree for a little bit more trend towards centralization, and also, which this will get up to 35, and also more crown power. So, this is kind of what we're doing with that. If you play Kiev, I actually need to mod the chat. Yeah, make sure that one guy doesn't show up. He's probably here. I think he's a lurker. Majapahit's winning. Kiev's in second. Cusco is next. Riga's kind of an interesting one. Nobody wants Boho. Yeah, the truth hurts. Boho's a little bit interesting. They're just so strong. But let's double check that we're on the right thing. Here we are. But we didn't really take a look at our formable, so let's do that. This is one of the big ideas, is Persia's very strong, and so we would want to form Persia. I think eventually after you form Persia, you move the capital somewhere over here. Probably. You make use of the rivers. This terrain or territory is kind of okay. God, jeez. Territory in this entire region is just super god-awful. But you have some good stuff going on here. Progress towards jurisprudence is also really nice. Quality of life. I think you have this with Persian culture, so some of this stuff you just already have. Like improved Silk Road you already have. This you don't have, and is nice. This is also really nice. That's a big cloth output. I think the other H3, we've seen H3 in a couple spots. It's like 20%. Three that early is like super nice. I recall correctly, yeah. It is a barracks building. Multiple levels is possible. So additional manpower. Discipline. I think as Egypt, you're supposed to actually form Persia, because I think it's not too hard as Egypt. We see Gilman. A little bit of extra... wait, what? We get 2 manpower buildings, and one of them is 25er. 25 is a lot. Only 1 level. So you can't just blast them. I think it's just going to be... Oh, very interesting. Combat speed instead. Was expecting, like, the same theme of extra initiative. Combat speed, I think, is just actually like a dead modifier. This is nice, though. H5 cannon. Yeah, combat speed is a dead modifier because you can just overstack boxes. You can put more people on the front and less on reserves. And combat speed allows you to move from reserves to fronts, and from fronts you move to engaged. And so since you can just start with a bunch of extra guys on fronts, the ability to move on to fronts is kind of a dead modifier. Pretty solid for age 6. 20% strength damage. Happy to have that. Do they take away their proximity cost modifier? I could have sworn they had a proximity cost modifier. Do they really not anymore? Bro, they just nerf everyone in Asia. God damn it, dude. Maybe I'm just imagining things. I know the Yukon has proximity cost. I could have sworn these guys had prox cost. These guys I know have it. And are bigger. Cavalry power 20% is really nice. Urban building cost, research progress. Restore the Yam. Yam, Queen. So, both of these are tier 4s, so you can only do one of them. You probably prefer the proximity cost, to be honest. Egypt into Persia, really? Yeah, baby. What's Boho? Bohemia. Oh, did we type out Boho instead of fully typing out Bohemia? Plus 10 points to Bohemia. I don't know. We'll be a little bit, yeah. Move your capital to Caspian Sea as Persia and do naval proximity. Caspian's this one, right? I mean, you think at that point we'd prefer to move our capital, like, to Georgia on the coast. You ever bother manual trading for profit? Trading's got some complicated things going on with it. Generally speaking, there's, like, enough moving parts that I'm not that interested in, like, super fiddling with the trade, just because it's a lot of micro. But in theory, you can outperform it, but in practice, it's a lot of button clicking to outperform it, because stuff changes. PX when Asian countries are good real shit. Well, I think, look, so I feel like a lot of people on the forums, and I think some content creators complained. Hey, Elia. Complained about Vigi Anagar and Mamluks being too good. Specifically Mamluks. Everyone complained about the Mamluks. And the Mamluks are good. The Mamluks are good because of this. Not because their content's any good. They actually kind of have bad content for, like, a tier 2 country. Like, they have, I think, maybe even the worst content. Yeah. Boho definitely done dirty in that poll. I didn't really want to see Bohemia. I was just wondering if tag swapping was easy, like you said. Yeah, no, this you just, like, move your capital and then you can tag swap. It's like, we're going to see a lot of runs with a lot of crazy tag swapping. I kind of don't like that that's a thing, because I feel that I have to do it because of YouTube stuff. But Majapahit is the winner. So we'll take a look at Majapahit. We might even continue a run of Majapahit. I was not wanting to start a run, I was planning on continuing because there is a fix or a change that I was expecting to see, which is that currently everywhere loses their cores basically instantly, and so the entire expansion play pattern is very significantly disrupted, because you will not be able to release nations that will have claims. Now, to be fair, I think that this is probably overtuned, but this means that any run started on this patch is going to have just so much worse expansion than when this gets changed. And I'm kind of expecting this change to be soon. Good non-European modifiers in my colonialism game? Yeah, basically. Other than the Ottomans, who are, of course, in Asia. Manual trading is weird because trade screen UI misses a bit of information. Yeah. So technically, like, the maintenance cost, or the contribution of a trade to the tax base is based on the price of the good in its outgoing market. And this is actually, like, a significant consideration. The forums have been very upset about this. This is something I knew about, but I kind of, like, forgotten about / not concerned myself with as much. But when you look at the math, it's like, if you have a gold trade making 1 ducat, and a sturdy grain trade making half a ducat, the sturdy grain trade is actually probably more valuable, like, in terms of how the math works, because it contributes a lot less to the economic base. Because it's based on the base price of the good that was moving, which is strange. Use a compressor audio filter for desktop audio. Music goes from crickets to blasting trumpets. Yeah. What's being changed? So currently, basically all... Here, let's maybe... I don't know. Let's just show it. We'll show it really quick. Currently what's going on is that, your cores... Oh my god, we didn't even pick the right nation for this. Who's a good one? Castile, we know, has this. Currently, as it stands, there will be a bunch of nations that don't exist on the map that exist as potential releasables with a bunch of cores. And what the metagame is to, if you're going to fight Castile, you take a couple of these locations, you release Leon, and you use Leon's claims on their old cores to fight Castile. And so, for example, if you were to subjugate Naples... wait, could we swap nations like this? Wait, what? Wait, we could actually just control-click to swap nations? Wait, what the fuck? Really? That's so crazy. Okay, I completely lost my train of thought. So Naples has cores on Sicily, so if they're a subject, what they'll do is they'll eventually make claims on Sicily, and this means you could use their claims to go after them CB-wise. As it stands, us playing as Castile, we have these historical releasables of Leon and Galicia. For these, what is happening right now is these just get instantly bricked, basically, and there's no releasable countries that have cores, and so you functionally lose this expansion plan, and this is going to change because I think they said it in like the latest like dev diary, and so like I don't want to start a campaign where, like, the expansion will be completely bricked and different. Which is one of the reasons why we're doing run starts today, is because the campaign is just going to be, like, yeah. Mouse buttons let you go back and forth through window history, including filters you used. Yeah. What's the link for? Do something GG didn't do? Control F7, reporting bugs, which I do all the time. I reported a lot of bugs as well. I use a different UI for it though. But this is not going to be a thing until like next week, so I don't want to start a run. I don't want to start a run and then lose, like, the correct way to expand is, like, you're not going to have access to it. So, Ethiopia, we did, you could see Ethiopia in the VOD, we did Ethiopia earlier. We did Ethiopia Ormus, and now we're going to do Majapahit. But Majapahit, as far as expansions go, doesn't actually depend too much on this, so if we were going to start a run, it makes sense. Form Nubia with Elodia and take Egypt. Arab tribe? Okay, Nick. And I not using integrate area is rooting your current run. Bit of a shame. You mean integrate location or integrate area? Like, are you deep in your run and the AI won't use the integrate area? It's technically faster to release a bunch of one province subjects than it is to integrate land by hand? Yes. You should not integrate any of your land by hand, basically. We did Ethiopia for like 2 years. Brother, we did like Hormuz for like 5. We're doing run starts. Although, I kind of want to play Majapahit, so... Ethiopia's god, like 2 years, little bro. Alright, so Majapahit. We kind of have our thoughts, where we are thinking of things in 3 layers. We are thinking of locations, right? We are thinking of control and also market considerations, and then we are thinking of stuff at the national kind of level. And so let's kind of jump in and take a look at our location stuff, where characteristics wise we're gonna have pretty good resources. We're gonna have gold on this island, we're gonna have cloves, and we have the only source of cloves, so we'll be able to trade really well, and we'll have a big chunk of lumber, which isn't necessarily insane, but a really nice quality of life. We also will have a bunch of resources eventually in Australia, but we won't want to push this early because exploring this super early is really expensive. And eventually we will be able to project control to Australia through here, through this like corridor spot where we will pay very little to push it along there. So that's kind of what we have going for resources for pop, which I think is an important thing to look at. You want to build and play around your pop. All of it is located on Java, basically, right? I do believe the name of this island is Java, and so this means you're going to have this really big centralized power base of pops, which is really nice, and you kind of want this to be all one market, and it will eventually be one market. And so you have this going on. You have a decent amount of flatlands, quite a bit of wetlands, so the wetlands will give you a lot of iron. But your real issue is you have like infinite jungle, which gives minus 30% dev growth, so you are going to want to get a bunch of roads down, not because you need them for infrastructure reasons, but to get some development growth. How's the pop loss due to lack of capacity? Well, you just don't grow, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. You'll gain pop capacity, but also, you just ship them off to Australia. And then you can actually make use out of Australia. And in Australia, they'll get, like, 2% pop growth. So, what you end up having is a situation where you just get an enormous amount of pop growth. I think that you will only want, like, maybe this chunk of Australia. And the far side, maybe you don't want. But, yeah. Advisor integration is quicker in some situations, but relies on you being significantly worse than the culture you're integrating. Yeah, I only use advisor integration when I'm just, like, taking one location for a strategic reason, basically. We also do have some rivers. Not too crazy, but, we are going to have some rivers, and a little bit of farmland, and here's natural harbor situation. The natural harbors suck balls. This is the thing we're sad about. Boro is drinking motor oil. Don't call me out like that. I would appreciate it if we didn't discuss the motor oil. Bless you, thank you. So, this means we're going to be a little bit of a slow start in terms of being able to project control to areas, because we're going to eat like a 30 control cost pushing stuff navally, and this is what we're going to have to do. We also start with a capital not in one of these good harbors. We can't, from this 5%, really bring it on up, and so we're almost certainly going to move the capital, and we're probably going to move it to here. When we played Majapahit, there was actually a bug where you could build underwater roads, which was really funny, but okay. So that's kind of what we have going on in terms of, like, this layer. Now, looking at the markets, the thing is markets do not project market access very well across the water at all. So, roughly speaking, we are going to be planning on different islands, and will each have kind of their own market. We want this market to be relatively big, and we're probably going to be shuffling around markets. We have like a big-ish clearing down here. Would be nice to have a market right here, but it will eat into this market if we do that. We probably instead will want to market up here somewhere. Maybe push this one back a little bit, something like this. I think Goa, we could push north a little bit, or even move Goa market over to here, because this entire side of Borneo has ass market access. And if we keep it relatively high, we'll add a little bit to the Surabaya market from some of these RGOs, which will be kind of nice, especially a little bit of extra wood and iron and coal. But the clearings, there are no clearings. What are we talking about? It's all jungle, baby. There is down here, like, an okay natural harbor with a big clearing. Can't see it because we haven't explored it, but it's there. Yeah, but I do like moving Goa up so that Surabaya will kind of eat some of these islands over here. And just get a little bit bigger, because this is going to be the primary market, right? And then from a control perspective, I actually think the capital just goes up one. Mainly because you have to have... The capital just has to go on this island. But it could go here. You can eventually get... you can get to the absolute minimum cost with 40% natural harbor suitability. And it can go over here. And from over here... Well, one of the issues is, okay, your capital province is on a jungle, and you're maybe not going to... Is this actually just better? Your capital location itself is worse, but you can project control back here just fine. Especially because it's a really good natural harbor. And then from here, your two locations closer to Australia? Is that actually good? That might be insane. That might be good. So it means like 4 more control everywhere in Australia. Do you plan to go for institutions? Institutions are actually reasonably easy as Majapahit. You can range Mecca with a really high naval interaction. How do jungles interact with proximity? How much worse are they compared to woods? They're so much worse. First of all, more dev growth impact, and woods are 25%, jungle is 50%. It is complete quicksand. Is it true that the matchlocked levies are a downgrade? No, it's not. This has been since kind of a little bit debunked. First of all, they're replacing the footman levies, not the peasant levies. But apparently they have a modifier that's completely invisible and opaque that just doubles like the power level of levies for each age. So the levies scale up in a kind of linear fashion, relative to each other, like the same as regulars do. They just don't gain units. They just like get more powerful. Gotta burn down the jungles. Yeah, Majapahit's gonna be so much more fun when you could actually change vegetation. Which I think is something that will eventually be a feature, but isn't right now. I'm still hung up on if this is a better spot for the capital. I think it's probably not, but... The thing is this goes this way much better, too. Because you will get to here and here faster, so everything to the left, you're going to have more control, too. So, yeah, it's probably just better because you have better control on the island itself. Actually, on the farmland, you will have... On the wetland, you will have the proximity impact, which I think affects... If we move the capital here, I think that affects your ability to go out the harbor capacity. Not sure if it applies in a flat percentage way or stacks additively or multiplicatively with the other one. Alright, we're gonna go to Diplo Education. We have also not pictured, or we have Zhang. Oh, we forgot to look through our tech. Whoops. To show it to the chat. We get a fishing building, which is kind of interesting. Extra fishing output. Multiple levels are possible. I think it's... Is it rural only? Yeah, it's rural only, so usually you urbanize your fishing places, so kind of whatever. The Kabang is going to be able to transport more people, so that is kind of nice. Building cost is nice. I think that this is not a very strong building. Yeah, it's kind of okay. Karambit is just kind of useless, because you're not really fighting anyone that you need units for in H2. So... The set bang, I think, was kind of okay. Yeah, you have extra just damage. Trade efficiency is good. Pop conversion speed. Galley, I think, is not too crazy. H4 extra cannons hole size. Colony cost is kind of nice. And the big thing is the Zhang, which is as good as a Bark, but it's an age 1 unit, so it'll use less sailors. It can transport more people as well, and on top of it's you're going to use this until age 3. It's really nice, but because you have your capital in Indonesia, you also gain access to more tech. The Indonesia region tech, which is invisible. Some of these tech things are really opaque. It doesn't appear here. I don't think so. The question of whether or not you want to flip Muslim is probably a bit of consideration. I think Hindu's kind of okay. But this is what we're talking about. Indonesian archipelago. Proximity cost through maritime, half a point. So we're just going to rush that and then gnash our teeth about whether or not we're supposed to stay Hindu or go Sunni. Because if we're going Sunni, you don't necessarily want to sink time into the research on that. Greetings, Raiders. Oh, Raiders. Raid. Welcome. Karasak, thank you for the 195 raids. Wow. How's your stream? I assume you were playing EU5. Welcome. Not like this. I was locked in on reading the text. How are you doing, my man? How's it going? YouTube chatters tell Generalist he's being raided? Not like this. The YouTube chatters are used to try to tell me things. It's fine. I need to go out anyways, need to eat. Have fun, guys. Yeah, the kind of usual... Like, if you've been streaming for 4 hours, brother, you usually want to eat and use the bathroom, and so when you raid someone, you're usually just like, hello, goodbye. Yeah. That is 100% like how it goes, and you want to be able to say hello and like give like the handoff, but then you also just like want to go do your thing. So, got your triangle trade. This might be the worst possible way of implementing it. I think it's kind of okay. Changes to Basque culture is still probably one of the strongest. Yeah, they just halved some of the modifiers, but they're still insane modifiers. He was busy ignoring chat. Not like this. Not like this. All right, for religion, let's actually check. I think Buddhist is a different group, so I think we can CB them. We do start with a bunch of tributaries as well. And we can turn these guys into vassals and then annex them. Just kind of an interesting type of thing. Or these guys start out as... No, they're tributary. Why would we be able to change tributary status? I know we can change to vassal status. Wait, what? We could change our tributaries to vassals, no? Bueller? I think these guys are a vassal, yeah. They're a vassal, not of us. Is this not of us either? It's not. Okay. I feel like I'm missing the plot here. I do believe... We have 4 subjects allegedly with limited diplomacy. Tributaries don't have limited diplomacy. Okay. We'll want to annex these guys reasonably quickly. I think we'll actually end up paying for a little bit of dip slider as a consequence of this. Let's max out this slider. Don't start out with a fort, so we're in fine shape here. Tax efficiency is the top of the budget right interface. Basically increase the amount of money you get, yeah. Do you know about self-control? Minus 20% annex cost. Hindu is really good for big pop. Hindu is pretty solid. I still think Sunni's better, but I don't know if I think it's way better. Yeah, I know self-control, though. We don't start off with self-control, but we can get it. The max tax and then minus annexation cost is really nice. Okay. Let's start handling some of this stuff. We do start with a little bit of tax efficiency. Yeah, that's land rights and crown power. I do think... Looks like we start with the ability to fully tax those guys. We start with the ability to fully tax those guys, so we don't necessarily need privileges for satisfaction. We start with this guy in cabinet. I do think we get flavor events, so we won't slot him out. He has a lot of military score. Do we start with... We don't start with any crown power characters. And she can't serve as a general of any kind, so that's actually kind of painful. We do have this guy coming up with dip education, though. Alright. Since it's going to be a really long time before we get a crown power character, we're going to appoint this guy. And then we're going to look at our values. We're getting 0.32 towards centralization. Arekuma, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice, much appreciated, Mega. Why no minting? Did we not do minting? Okay. We need to lock in our naval. Our naval's super locked in. We're moving towards traditional economy. Mixed feelings about this. Usually you start on traditional economy and then it's worth it to stay just because it's a lot better to have it be high. We wouldn't necessarily hate the pop cap. Eventually you want to transition capital economy. This might be one of the few countries that starts cap economy where we actually want to push towards traditional economy, but this isn't a high priority for us. We want to go innovative so we don't care about locking the trend. Spiritualists we're already super far on. Do we want to push plutocracy? See, here's the thing is, plutocracy is generally way easier for pushing naval countries, but we don't have anything to lock in. It's not like we're already on plutocracy, so this could take the backseat. We already start with free subject trend. We could maybe go for serfdom. I think we'll leave that on the table for now. But if we can push extra naval, we want to. I'm not sure we will be able to. If we don't have... We already have this. Does this allow free government reform? Why do we have 3 slots? Administrative system law. Okay, so we're not going to have access to Central Council. Oh, I actually gave feedback on this. It's all coming back to me. I suggested that this give progress towards naval, because it's very easy to slip under 0.5, so you lose harbor administration. And so now it has progress towards naval. Because this used to be an issue, and also I suggested putting naval on harbor administration. So once, because it was very common for you to get harbor administration, then you roll a ruler with like a general trait, and because you get 0.1 trend towards like military, you actually just lose harbor administration there. It's just super frustrating. They really need to change the values to show in percents. It would make it more clear. I don't know. I think it's cleaner without the percent symbol. But maybe. I think we're going to go harbor administration, though. We want the proximity cost through port. Dev growth on the coast is great, because that's a huge percentage of our locations. And naval maintenance is kind of just gravy. With that in, that's going to be 0.1 in right now, so we'll get up to 0.3 progress towards naval. We could even push naval a little bit here. Let's put a pin in that, though. We have Noble Navy. I don't think we start with anything that we really want to de-slot. So, we even start with the centralization one. Here. Do we not start with the road one? Looks like we don't start with the roads one, or I'm going crazy. We start with the one towards decentralization, unfortunately. But I think we want the roads. And also the tax efficiency here. And I think we're actually going to tolerate this for slightly longer than we normally would. Because I think we could get over 50 progress towards naval. Captain Walmart, thank you for the follow, big dice. Much appreciated. Yeah, percent symbol is extra clutter. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it, but... I think for a completely new player, percent symbol is probably better. Actually, we can't get 0.28 from a cabinet member. So maybe we want to deslot. Oh, it's 0.29 to revoke. That's expensive. I mean, we're not pushing centralization very easily without doing that. We can push towards synicized. The research progress isn't too crazy for us because of how things will go. Same with innovative. We are very likely to get blocked. God, I wanna deslot this and then go for it. And start pushing centralization. Maybe this is just a rip the band-aid off scenario. Where you're just supposed to eat 30 stab just because it's gonna take a while to get what you want. We're gonna give another privilege to them. We don't really need big levies. And then we'll give, I think, them elite council. Or the progress towards centralization one. It doesn't make them as happy as the other one, but I think 30% we could work with. And then we will be able to push centralization with our cabinet member. So let's do that. And this guy will strengthen legitimacy. So kind of, you see, like, a lot of our starts are very similar in this. Wee woo. Big true. Does anyone know how to expand my market AoE? Building roads is one of the ways you could do it. To improve market access. How much hours to consider a finished tutorial? 100 maybe? I mean, the meme number is 1337, but... Okay, I think we have that mostly handled. The thing is are we going to... Do we have to do trade office network to range... I'm trying to remember if we need trade office network to range Mecca. Because that's the big strategy. Is we use this market and then we range Mecca. And I can't remember. The exact nuance of when you can push and get trades with specific markets is like kind of like super marginal, but you also get trade range 20% here instead of 10%, and so you can push things a little bit further with that, and maybe that's what we do. To be fair, we don't hate the minus roads cost. Considering we're gonna have to build a lot of like bad roads. I don't think we get... Oh, this is H3. H2, we get another one. It might end up being like plutocratic ethos if we want to push plutocracy, which I think you want to. If you're pushing naval, pushing plutocracy becomes a lot more attractive. We just don't want to do it right now. Because having strong burghers is much easier for pushing naval. Just like convenience-wise. We don't have any crown power characters, otherwise we'd put him in charge of this navy. And we don't need to patrol the seas, we could just like actually just have them sit outside. That's gonna be fine, they won't be able to patrol that quick. So... yeah. Alright, let's see if we have any good religious figures. It's probably not gonna be worth the cost court. Pop growth is attractive, we do like ourselves some pop growth. We do have self-control active as well. I think we do want the max tax. Who said that it gave you annexation costs is in here? I think we don't like that side of the self-control. How exactly does institutions How exactly does institution through trade scale? Linearly. Is the base tax about its volume of trade? We can get max tax. There's like nothing in there that's good other than dip annex cost. The state satisfaction, equilibrium, and research speed isn't like insanely bad, but it's like exactly 0. Do we get? Yeah, we just get this. I think the max tax is just kind of better. I thought we didn't start with that though. Yeah, we will have expected cost corp plus 3% if we do this though. Max literacy 10% is kind of attractive. But the thing is, if we get stalled out on tech, it's not going to necessarily translate into more tech. And I think that that's fairly probable on Majapahit. So then we're doing it for the promotion speed. I don't think it's worth it for the promotion speed. A little bit of dev growth too, if it's on the burgers. I don't think we want to pay for the indulgent feasts. So for now, we'll just kind of leave it where it's at. Alright, so we have a city. If I recall correctly, we have alum and cotton in here. Let's actually check our market stuff real quick. I think this is good practice. We know that we have way more than enough lumber, like disgustingly more, but it's important to check. Masonry, we have a ton. Glass, we have excess, and then sand, I think we won't. Are we importing it? No, and we're exporting it. So we're fine on all of inputs. Don't have to worry about a thing. The capital, we could either do sort by looking like this, or we can, you know, kind of do this thing where we look at the price of stuff. We see fine cloth has a ton of demand. The price hasn't adjusted properly, so fine cloth will be way more profitable than the predictor implies. And this is a province with cotton, so we're actually going to build a couple of fine cloths out of here. It says 0.9, that's like a lie. That's way more. We're going to build 4. Right, that is cheap right now. Yeah, we do have the price collapse there. We're going to build 1 sand, just to make sure we keep the sand prices low. We're going to build a couple lumber for similar reasons. Just try and have things comfortable. And I think that we will look to build a road, actually, to connect our urban areas up at game start here, because I think we have a full price collapse. We don't have a price collapse on sand. I think we want to move the capital here. I think linking this up is actually worth it enough that we do this as an opener. And then we have, especially because we have so much money, and then we could connect this location here. And that's probably fine enough. Because with the capital here, both these roads will be good, but with the capital here, the road to Daha versus Trawulan is going to be a differing kind of value. We could do that road, though. It's not insane. Costs us 112. Helps with crown power, building of roads. And, like, you look at how many buildings we have, right? All of these buildings will be improved in value. They're not insanely good buildings, but there's a lot of them. Like, how good do you think roads are? They're just, like, generally better. I think we want some marketplaces. Let's do... We're just looking at what inputs they have. We actually can do furniture really well, which is kind of cute. You might not even have the trade range to really get really good use of out of our markets. Let's actually take a look. We can import, export to all this, yeah. Being naval and like having your thing on the coast is so good for trade. We'll go for some trade range, or for some trade here. How do you rate your playstyle in admin, diplo, or military terms? Probably just admin heavy. Gotta go for a bit. Be back later. See you, Yankees fan. Pop growth. Pop growth is good. But currently we have like capped pop. Is there a way to see everything that burgers are importing to your market? Nope. No, there's not. I've left feedback for this. I've left feedback for this quite some time ago. I don't think it's considered a priority. Why do the inputs matter for marketplaces? Well, in theory, if you have bad inputs, it makes it better for marketplaces. Right? Because your opportunity cost of using the building slots is lower. What's the requirements for asking to improve cultural opinion? 50 favors. If it's your subject, it's like a 50-year cooldown. Spice Island cloves have a 500% efficiency modifier. Do they? Oh, they do. Let's go, baby. This is something that's new in the UI. The plus mark when you have a bonus. That wasn't in the UI before. Maybe we should just cruise around the entire map looking for it. Like, look, this Mercury. There's a Mercury bonus here. 200% Mercury output. So, like, Does Korea get anything? I doubt it, right? No, they're just kind of insane. Independent. I don't see any other plus marks for us. I wish the plus mark was a little bit more obvious, but it is still, like, visible enough. Copper. Ah, how big is this modifier? Sweden getting like plus 400% on their copper mines is kind of insane. Plus 100%. Solid. Very solid. No coffee bonuses. Wasn't really expecting one, but yeah, it's kind of all she wrote. For that entire Nile Delta has 25%, yeah. Arumba's dip heavy, Florida's mill heavy. I feel like if you're really spreadsheet oriented, you're admin. Yemen has those on 2 different coffee plantations, which I thought would matter, but it seems almost no one consumes coffee, or maybe I missed something. You probably have a lot of coffee in your market. It's only if you start getting a lot of trade going that you're gonna get like a lot going there. Okay, we still have a bank of 240. So it's probably just expanding out our most profitable RGOs. With a bias towards cloves. I guess the stone we can expand. I mean, then we have our spend down. This is fine enough. I think we wait on the 20% trade range, but maybe use the centralization to push. So I think we have our unpause here. Mecha's just out of range. But as we get more naval trade range, it'll get better. We do have to discover some of that stuff, though. Where is this? Okay. We either want to get the Maldives or get trade capacity in the Maldives to help facilitate. You find the mission bug when the manual selection bug out when manually selecting locations. My navy doesn't move despite having patrol mission to multiple shores. Yeah, it's just gonna sit. It's working fine. It just sits there until it fully pushes out maritime presence. You just have to look at the maritime presence. It's just going to sit there. Especially if you have a small navy, it'll actually just sit outside the capital. It's doing its job. Do you see the trade calculations getting better in the future? Yeah, probably. 22 gold per 1 trade capacity is really 1.5. Wait, what? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I think they're going to change... I think it's likely that they change the way that trade value is calculated, though, in terms of contribution to economic base. There's, like, a reason why it's calculated the way it is, but I can't remember. +1 monthly sailors dependent on control? Yes. Thought about opening fishing villages? Fishing villages are kind of weak. You kind of just wait until you have docks. As, like, England. Majapahit, you don't wait until you have docks, but you have the really nice building, or you have the really nice jong, which is going to have less upkeep cost. It's going to be really nice. Our opening game outbreaks. We get our couple of roads here. Again. How much is our trade worth? The margin. So our worst trades aren't too valuable. We would like to get more crown power, but a big part of this is us just having 0 crown power characters, so... I think we'll side with these guys, with the nobility, and then give a privilege out to the Brahmins. I guess we should have decided a privilege we wanted to give out first. We're fine getting more trend towards conciliatory, I think. Tax exemption is also reasonable. So is stab investment here. We could just give out both, actually. We have way bigger levies than the people around us. We're chilling. I think that this guy is a subject of our subject. One of these guys is a subject of our subject. Yeah, it's Sambas. Let's get rid of this. So we can recover a little bit of that. We have an okay margin. You notice the price of this has come up from its starting really low for some reason. And so that's going to mean that these things are wildly profitable. 12 in actual profit for 3 levels of the building. I think legitimacy is worth more. Feels like we're making so much money. Yeah, taxing the peasants. One of the reasons why we want max tax. My colony goes from getting 50 pops a month to 0 sometimes. I can't figure out why. If you don't have eligible outgoing pops, that could be why. I think they might have changed it so that any pop will outgo, though. Can you filter for a specific institution map mode? There's like some finickiness where I think if you're like on the institution map mode specifically, and you like hover this, it does like what you want. Or if you're not on the institution map mode. Yeah. So you have to not be on the institution map mode specifically, and then if you hover this, it'll show the spread. But you can't like lock it. It's like, from a UI perspective, kind of annoying. Is there any effective way of steering trade from Spice Island to your own island and then to India? Yes. If you have the biggest trade advantage in turn 8, you get to control the trade. And you can import all of them. Yeah. Might need resources for colony. They get tools and weapons. I forget what else. Oh yeah, this could be it. Not having the resources in the outgoing location. Lacks of access to cloth. Yep. It's so jank to find an institution. Yeah, it's really annoying because often you will like open the institution map mode and then you look here and then hovering does nothing. We don't like art. We hate it, in fact. Do our cabinet members both die? Jesus Christ, bro. They're kind of not very good, our options. It's a 0.1 for the values, and just keep empty for the other one. Is that not us? Oh, ruler's mother. Got it. Are they Tindu as well? Yeah, they are. So we'll have to use a cabinet action to fight Sunda, who has a very large amount of pops. Playing a trade republic is the best to colonize or take control of provinces or just spam trade buildings everywhere. I think colonize and spam trade buildings. Does less people die with one option versus the other? No. Prosperity. Here loses dev and prosperity. Here loses dev and prosperity. What's the difference, bro? We get minor recovery efforts. Is that the only difference? I feel like this could be sorted differently. I don't think we're building buildings in Lumchang anyways. Nothing to be done, friends. Sorry. We're just gonna max this out, I think. We can export if we need to. And then here, I think we start building some paper. And then here we're gonna go tools. Because we don't have very good locations for tools anyways. What's most profitable for you? Distiller's Guild is really profitable. We're using an input with sugar. Do we have... I guess there's sugar in the capital. Let's actually calm down a little. Okay. Let's do this and a Distiller's Guild. Something like this. We don't want this at the capital long term. So, we're good for now. Wafent, thank you for the follow, big nice. Much appreciated. The clergy's building one liquor place. They do that sometimes. Liquor is kind of expensive, although liquor being expensive, if we swap Muslim's not going to stay the case. Although we could swap Muslim and just not convert anyone. Okay. Man, we've just gotten an expanded gravel road network each time. We're gonna check our parliament. Before release, this was so much more obnoxious because you used to have to get 20% burgers. Here's the thing. Are we feeling lucky? Are we, punk? Because if we're feeling lucky, I think we're just actually supposed to go a state parliament here. And then cross our fingers and hope to fade the disaster. In theory, I actually think you just save scum this, so maybe let's just do the theoretical correct. We're gonna save scum, or you would just restart the entire run. The idea is, we don't want to go below 50 legitimacy, because then we could spike a disaster. If you're playing on Iron Man, you're probably just supposed to restart if this happens. But we also want to get the burgers in charge here. Or we want to get the burgers parliament going. That way we can roll naval. Because pushing naval takes forever. Oh, we could actually even push it a little bit ourselves. Just kidding. A man can dream, can he? Alright, let's do the thing. So now we can roll. Oh, requirements not met. Okay, cool. It is still 20%. I'm stupid. Alright, fair. My brain filtered out the requirements because it didn't look like there was any. The UI is suspect. Alright, we don't mind pushing aristocracy. And we don't want to get penalty to satisfaction on those guys. So we're gonna go that. And we're gonna get one law change. Woohoo! We probably want to keep this. And, oh, we're already on favor of the ruler. Yikes. Traditional law is also annoying. Legal code, if you're, like, on the European continent, you get, I think, civil law, which is much better. I think that's the requirement. You have to be on the European continent to get that. Only they are civilized. A civilized people. Okay, we can get off of martial society onto civil society. For the peasant max tax. If we want to push plutocracy, which we do, we have to go... We should go mining law. Change. It's not a lot for us to change. We could also just go after Sunda here. Let's take a look. Do we have an ability to start trending towards Pluto? By virtue of having another thing. We do have formal guilds. So we could start a trend towards plutocracy. I think I'm a fan of that. So we'll go for a law change here. Well, actually... Yeah, let's go for a law change. And so this gives aristocracy trend. Oh, here, can we show it? And we're going to instead get plutocracy trend, so that's a total of 0.2 changed in the direction of plutocracy. And it hasn't all taken effect yet, but once it does, we're like 0.1 trend towards aristocracy, and then just slotting this in will move us to plutocracy. How upset does this make the nobles, though, if we do this right now? -9? We don't need to do it now. Let's not go to 21%. In theory, we could just rev and have it be fine. I think revs should actually be a lot more obnoxious, and kind of would prefer to play around as if they were obnoxious. How many members are needed to have a coalition? I think just the one. Hey, first time tuning in live. Love your videos. Thank you, thank you. How can you move your market to another city? Yeah, let's show this real quick. You click on the market, you right-click here, and then there's going to be a relocate button. You can also right-click here, and there's going to be a relocate button. We don't have enough money. What happens if you go no parliament? It's just kind of bad, but there's no parliament. Do bailiffs stack with capital? No, they do not. It should only go in places that have under 20 proximity. Shows the requirements for the law if you hover the red X down. Oh, regarding the civil society needing to be in Europe. Yeah. Europe or Christianity. Are you trying to avoid a disaster? Yeah. How do I, the disaster? Is there one specific for Majapahit? I don't remember there being one. How do I change my rulers to swap my culture to swap my tag? I don't understand the requirements in the game files. It doesn't show on the button. You have to swap your nations. I believe you can swap your ruler's culture to your nation's culture, and to swap your nation's culture, you can come in here. Yeah, and if you fill the requirements here, you can swap, and so you have to get the dominant culture, which is being largest in the country, or you have to get the ruler to swap, or dominant upper class culture, so all the nobility needs to be that. So you start culture converting your own provinces towards a different culture. Do you spam bailiffs in areas with less than 20 proximity? Yeah, more or less, yeah. I generally build bailiffs in areas that have good RGOs that I know I'm not going to upgrade later, because I don't want to build a bailiff and then upgrade a city over it. And then if it has like 18 proximity or something like this, or 19, then like the bailiff's really not going to do a lot, and it's like, Majapahit is too. Both depend on your starting heir becoming your ruler. The first one makes all your subjects disloyal and takes away 50 stab. That's not the end of the world. Maybe let's pay a little bit for stab, though. If we think that that might be coming. We won't avoid it specifically. Hey, Blitkut, thank you for the 50 sec. Third time's the charge. What do you think about the post about how on certain paper trade could be profitable and you end up costing you? I did comment on that post on the forums. My overall impression is, I think the way it should work is that the contribution to the economic base should just be based on the trade, the net trade income before the crown power split. We have a roughly 25% crown power. Let's say we have 25% crown power. We have 21, but let's say we have 25%. And so roughly speaking, the trade income, if we had 25, would be around 52. for what is the net trade income before the crown power split, and we're getting 13 and our estates are getting 39. I think that should be the economic base. What people are talking, or what he's talking about here, to inform the rest of the class, is that when you do a trade, it adds a value to your economic base. And that a value that it adds to the economic base is based on the price of the good where it is outgoing from. So, we have a market price here for these, market price here is roughly around 6. And the profit we're gaining from this is around 2 gold. And so this is actually not really gaining us money. Or it's unlikely to be gaining us money. And the reason that this is the case is it adds 6 to the economic base and only 2 to the profit. And the profit, we're only getting a quarter of. So this is just trade profit. It is not including the crown power split here. So we're getting roughly a quarter of this in the treasury. Like 30 something. 35, let's call it. At the same time, we are increasing our tax base by about 6. And so we're getting 0.35, tax base is being increased by 6. Tax base being, or sorry, not tax base, economic base is being increased by 6. This is significant because we are paying an amount equal to 12% of the economic base for legitimacy. So 12%, 0.12 times 6. Let's see what else we're paying in terms of the slider. We're paying 42%, so 12.6, let's call it 17%. And then here we are paying, let's call this another 1%, because we rounded up before, let's call it, so 18%. So 18% of that 0.18, or sorry, of that 6, which is added to the economic base, which is equal to 1.08. That is the extra cost we are paying in the slider. So we are getting paid we are getting paid 0.3 in profit, and as a consequence of this trade, we are paying a little over a ducat in expenses because of its increase to the economic base. So, this trade is actively bad and costing us money. Now, to be fair, you're also getting money to your estates. Estates make income that is based on trade income. And if you include the estates money, as you would your money, it's still net positive. It's also increasing the price of fabric in our locations, right? Because it would be up to 1.2, and 1.2 is more than the 1.808. But this is also notably with a trade that is not hyper-marginal yet, right? If this is getting us only 1 in profit, then it's just real bad. But as it stands, if you include the estate's income, it's net positive. And if you include the fact that it's pushing the price of fabric up, it's also going to have a net positive effect there that is kind of a little bit difficult to evaluate, but okay. We're going to want to get more of the input goods there. Yikes, actually. But that is what he's asking about. My general opinion is I think it should be different, but I'm not super broken up about it. I think it's a relatively low priority item to fix. Vibe TT, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. For autos, is it better to integrate and culturally convert the Greeks? Or just have Vassal Swarm do it? You could go out of your way to accept Greek culture. It's such a big thing that you either want to go out of your way to get Greek culture to have a really high acceptance of you or a really high positive opinion of you and accept them, or use subjects to convert maybe, or maybe you value the slaves. I don't think you value the slaves. I think you do want to accept Greek culture at some point in some way, or just convert them all, so... You have to be a little bit creative with converting them, but I think you might just use your 50-year cooldown just repeatedly on Greek to improve cultural opinion. Oh, but you start out like hated. I think that hated might block the interaction, in which case, yeah, you just want to culturally convert it with subjects, probably. Well, actually, no, because Ottomans are weird, because Ottomans you actually want to not use as many subjects, and you want to integrate more stuff yourself. So maybe it is a case that you want to do it yourself. It's actually a little bit hard to say. He still didn't fix this 720p video quality issue? It's been months. Text so blurry hurts your eyes. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to upload in 1080.
I got some. That'll cheer you up, Jack.
We can double check the stream. I think that's a Twitch thing, my god. Why do estates get part of the profits on our trades, but we don't get part of the profits of the burger trades? Asking the real questions here. Yeah, basically. Finally someone asking it. That sounds so complicated, describing that trade. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'm trying to describe why it's perceived as a problem, which involves showing why it's, like, actually losing you money. Brother, it's in 1080. I don't know what to say. I think that's a Twitch thing, or that's on your end. It's on 1080 on YouTube. So that's either a Twitch thing, because I'm not, like, Uber partnered or whatever it's called. SPT Spoon, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. It used to, yeah, you used to get 100%, but trade was insane. On Twitch, the max is 720. That's probably because I'm not, like, either affiliate or partner, whichever is, like, the bigger one. He probably doesn't have internet. Nope, it's not this, because I send to Restream. Restream sends to both. Yeah, well, it's on 1080 on YouTube. We don't get profits from burger trades? Not as far as I can tell. But the system is very opaque and won't show you burger trades. So it would involve us adding all of this, multiplying it by the crown power, cross-referencing that with how much we're making in trade income. By the way, our trade is just ridiculously net positive as well. Like, this is the worst looking trade. The kicker, or the very weird thing, is that this sturdy grains trade is way more valuable than this trade by virtue of this economic base contribution, because this trade, in terms of how much it's contributing to the economic base, is moving a good that in this market, in the outgoing market, is going to be like half a ducat, yeah. And so this is contributing 1/12 the economic base to the economic base as this. That's the thing. You get through tax though. I don't think you get to tax the burger income, just raw income. I believe you only get to tax the tax base income. We're taxing 40%. Unfortunately, it's not straightforward exactly how much taxes, but I do believe trade income just applies separately. They're actually spending more than they're receiving, so shout out to those guys. I once had internet fiber of 250 gigabytes cap, 1 gigabyte after. You reckon a game is Hungary trying to get back to Urals could be fun? Sure, yeah. A lot of soft expands in that. So it's probably not too terribly hard to run. Probably fun, yeah. I see it, I see it. I think eventually we do want to urbanize the cotton. This is like, was a source of a lot of consternation when we last played these guys. We wanted to urbanize it, but we didn't want to urbanize it, you know what I mean? I kind of have to use the restroom, so I will be right back. Playing Castile and manually shifting to satisfy pop needs, but the same goods keep coming up as pop need. How do you solve pop needs through the market? You gotta import, but you gotta import from someone who has a surplus. They probably have a... You're probably importing from a market that has a surplus, but you don't have any trade advantage there. Would be my guess, so your route keeps getting cancelled. And so I would build an overseas trade center of any kind so that you get some sort of foothold there in that region if you can. So that's either one of these trade offices or one of these. So you have more than 0 trade advantage there. And if you have more than 0, that will help you to compete against the people who have actual literal 0. Or just getting more and more trade advantage will help for that. Yeah, I think they should somewhat prioritize fixing it. To most players, losing a bunch of money and having unstable income from trade isn't going to feel good. Yeah, so the thing is like, if you uber push trade, you actually flush money down the toilet, and this is not intuitive and, like, feels bad to new players. It's just, like... I think it's not necessarily super straightforward for them to fix, and I'd rather them fix, like, plantations not employing properly, like... in terms of a priority. That's whatever happens when I try and import gold. Yeah, it's because everyone's trying to import gold, and your routes get cancelled by someone with more trade advantage than you, so you try and get that. Most people want to map paint and don't care about economics. Yeah, there's enough value in the economics, such that, like, the economy is, like, faster than it should be anyways, so that's another reason why I don't, like, think of it as a high priority, is the eco's already so fast. Having a damper is not, like, the worst thing. I'll be right back. There was a reason. There was a reason why they didn't do the contribution to the economic base from trade, just based on income, or trade income, or trade revenue, or whatever, net revenue. But I can't remember what it was. And so... yeah, AI is horrid in the economic game, but you don't need to even understand it to beat him. Yeah. Also, we might be making currently more money with the way it's calculated than the, like, suggested change. Because the base price of stuff like cloves, or the price of stuff outgoing like cloves, we might be earning more on the margin than the price of the good. Certainly, 1.5 is going to be higher than the price of the good. This is higher than the price of the good. This is probably going to be lower than the price of the good, lower than the price of the good. This might be higher than the price of the good, and I think all of our cloves are higher than the price of the good, and gems is kind of probably higher. So, tilt for the win, thank you for the follow, big nice. So I think right now we're actually making probably more money by virtue of using the calculation as it is. So it doesn't even always make you less money or more money. Just the thing is when you expand trade a lot and the trade value gets really small, then it's actually net negative. But also you're going to, just in general, want to minimize these costs. And right now we're paying like 18%. When we're paying like 8 or 9%, we really need the trade low in value for it to be negative. Can you answer my question above? Why is sieging into EU5 taking so long for me? I siege Granada, took 400 days to occupy. Sieges just take a long time. You bring a lot of cannons if you want to get the +5 bonus if you want them to go faster, or assault the forts, but assaulting early on is kind of expensive on people. I think the issue is AI doesn't really build nearly enough roads, doesn't stack proximity. Yep. I actually left a lot of feedback with the AI guy. The AI is so much better than it used to be, but it used to stone cold never build roads. It underbuilds bailiffs by a lot, but do we have anyone we can annex? No. We can enforce culture on some of these cats. If we're not going to integrate them soon, this is a reasonable thing. The really big guy it might not stick with. It's a little bit less likely to. We have a lot of money. So let's urbanize the location. I feel that you have to urbanize this eventually, unfortunately. And we really hate it, but the sooner the better, because you have good production efficiency and it's closer to the capital, so we're going to urbanize that. And we're also going to urbanize this. And we are prioritizing... Actually, did we run into food problems? I'm trying to remember. This is one of our better food provinces. It does have a river. Let's actually not urbanize that. Okay. Let's urbanize this. I'm very confident we'll want to urbanize this. Are we also getting... Yeah, we're already buying urbanization. Do we have any... Okay, we do. Majapahit? Majapahit. Is there a quantity of the army helping sieging? I don't think it helps very much. I think it does matter, but I don't think it helps much. Milan Trade Republic getting scammed? Yeah, with the way trading works, you have to... even if you're trade focused, you're still primarily going to make money through production, and production facilitates the trade. Benefits raw material trading, hurts finished goods trading. Yeah, just generally. Do bailiffs increase the control of the province they're built in, or just increases it for nearby? The province they're built in, specifically, that increases proximity, which increases control. Creating additional demand for constructing something works a little silly. If your construction gets stalled forever, yes. Unlimited buy orders. Building more RGOs is never bad. Kind of, yeah. I think there are instances, like if you're pushing down the price of the RGO when you have a bunch of it in higher control locations, technically you can lose tax base, but yeah. Rewatching older vid for trade knowledge, or older buffer, yeah. When we were explaining the thing. Bailiffs have a small area proximity. They provide a proximity score of 20, so if you build a road, you can often get a little bit of proximity to nearby locations. How do I get out of the estate disaster that starts in the age of absolutism? The king and court, the court and country one, not king and court. It's been a while since I played that one, but it's gonna have the end conditions, and you kind of just have to do the thing. There's not really a good way to like cheese your way out of it, if I recall correctly. So. We eventually do go itinerant court, but it's going to be cheaper to move this sooner rather than later. We might just want to move our capital, like, actively. With our kind of next big spend. I think we start out with... Oh, we don't start out with this-ish? Alright, fair. How do I best fight it back against Lutheranism? Get some flat conversion speed. You let the Lutheran preacher things finish converting half your pops, because that's what deletes them, and then you just convert them back. We wanted this anyways. So now we will have a trend towards Pluto. A small one, but it'll get there eventually. We had a better... Yeah, we don't have a very good option. I was playing Majapahit feel so far. I actually really enjoy Majapahit. It's kind of like a soloish eco type game. We're just at the very beginning though. We could show other starts though. Let's actually maybe pull that. Let's give the Twitch viewers representation. There's triple-digit Twitch viewers, so normally we might not pull them. There's actually just generally been more Twitch viewers than we've had before with EU5. But let's do a straw poll. Whether we want to continue as Majapahit or practice more starts. No. And those are the only two options, so we don't need to do a rank order poll. Can you do Byzantine Eastern Roman Empire? Yeah, we call it the Byzantine Empire here, but that is what you said as well. Representation for Twitch viewers. Twitch viewers rise up. My dopamine when I build a building that gives me proximity, it just goes through the roof. Alright, so you can also see that we're already doing stuff through naval, and it's coming out from this location, which is why we want to move our capital there. VPN user voting not allowed. Sad. Is that really the case? Womp womp. I can't believe straw poll bricks VPN users. What the fuck? I think that we're probably going to go admin here. I do think I like a regular proximity cost reduction a whole lot more when you are naval, especially with our bad harbors. This will be really nice for going in and out of harbors. The more I play it, the more I like Diplo, though. But we're gonna go admin this time. Proximity cost through maritime, 0.5. So that means every single one of these segments is gonna cost 0.5 less. Naval and Indonesian archipelago. So, reducing the cost of that segment. We're also generating some maritime presence here. I think we can build more ships. Priority is going to be to move the capital, though. To Surabaya. My dopamine at voting in the poll. Yeah. Play Mecca, wait for the Cav tech to get independence. Disenfranchise Twitch to gain literacy. Womp womp. Bang bang, shots fired by the Twitch viewers. Looks like only 30-ish votes. We're gonna repost the poll. But if you guys don't have a strong opinion... I think that even if we flip Sunni, this replaces itself fast enough that it's worth going. And then I think we're supposed to go for the research speed. The thing is if we ever get bricked on tech, going research speed first is not as good as it looks. I think we'll go for this research speed first. Into the production efficiency. Into the other research speed. We're doing this so moving the capital is way cheaper. Not enough books. Just kidding. But you might have noticed it was like 1,000 before. Before the nonsense. We actually don't want to tax the tribes at all. We did build paper out of here. Let's build books out of here. We're not going to build it out of there, I think. Books here is probably fine. Does books have a... They do use lumber, so they actually will be good out of the wood provinces. Pretty sure they use, yeah, lumber and lead as time goes on, so... Got out a little bit here and there. Let's also add... Moving the capital so we don't want... We don't want to build any capital buildings. Let's do that. And a little bit of this. Why does Lisbon have 100%, 105% harbor capacity? So, more than 100% harbor capacity is helpful because only 75% of that will decrease proximity, so more is better, but also you get one... The location has 100, and then the... you're also getting an additional 5% from having... what is it? An estuary from the river. So the location bonus is 100, and then you have the river... And then you could add stuff on top of that. Thanks for streaming. Barbecue time peace, brother. Godspeed, friend. But there's our research speed. Why do you minimize trade automation without creating manual trades? So the cost of moving your capital scales with your economic base. And so we were just trying to crush our economic base size. But then we didn't have enough books, so couldn't move the capital anyways. Womp womp. We do have sand in here. So in theory, this is where we want the glass, but we don't really need glass, but let's just build one glass guild. Oh, that's 200 IQ? Yeah. I mean, if you play the game for 1400 hours, you kind of pick up some things. Move capital is real expensive too, so that's like kind of an annoying thing. I don't always do it though, sometimes I just pay it. Because it's kind of cheesy, but like, I don't know. It's early on in the game, we wanted our capital there from game start. It doesn't feel like a normal capital move. So, kind of don't feel as bad about it. I think we still don't have access to our kid. Yeah, we don't. We want to put them in charge of the Navy anyways. I don't want to take the stab hit, we're just going to kill that guy. Wait, didn't we? No, that's a different guy. Same face. Thought we just killed him. I was like, didn't we just kill you, my friend? Like this, also, Indulgent Feasts. This, I think it caps out at a price of 500, but this also scales with your economic base, like at the lower end. So in theory, we should also do Indulgent Feasts when we move the capital, but we're not going to. Tax fraud, basically. Moving my capital to Tunis, I hope you approve. I do. If you move it there, Elia, you can form Carthage. Like, there's no other requirement other than you having your capital in Carthaginian land. Proper Carthaginian clay. Move capital should be even more expensive, like IMO you could do at most once again. It is real expensive. In the Venice run, we paid 90,000 to move the capital. Not like capitals didn't move around IRL. Yeah, the itinerant court is like part of the simulation. Let's also for here, we're pretty okay building trade out of this location as well. What's expensive, girl? The glass. Okay, well, we're handling glass here. What country do you enjoy the most? Oh no. Kind of enjoyed Mali, but last time we did Mali was really rough. I'll say I don't like Mali as much in a world where everyone gets to ignore Malaria for their colonization, which is currently the world we live in. I think that's kind of silly. Do more jobs impact prop promotion? I think a little bit, because there's like extra vacancies or opportunities does give like a modifier. I think it's not like huge. God, I don't want to take 7 stab. I also don't want to pay 500 gold. 200 gold. I think we use this opportunity to give out 2 estate privileges. And then gain the legitimacy, and this is kind of an okay way of handling this. How pissed are we? I'm not sure we want Spiritualist Trend. Oh, we don't want to push Aristocracy. I almost put that in. This is one we almost always slot in, though. Do you like Colonizer gameplay? I colonize almost every single run. Rock and Roll Jew? Interesting scream name. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Much appreciated. Wait, I'm playing Mali right now? Oh dear. Yeah, the disaster's rough. Okay, we can move our capital. We are going to do the sliders. Cheese. Oh no, we're losing so much money. Whatever will we do? We have to wait a month. Oh look, it only costs 43 ducats. Oh no! Instead of 1100. There we go. We're really not annex anyone? It's crazy. Maybe we should push the fine cloth here, actually. So we have the other place pushing regular. Build a library. Just kidding, we can't. Let's build more books then. These other places, and let's see about RGOs. Kind of have a huge bank here. Let's go with a couple jongs as well. I think I dodged it. I've had two different Molly starts, and they're both citing Dynasty, died out 1 year both times. You get it when you have... when you're over a certain level of, well, I'll not ruin the supplies. You get it if your ruler's below a certain total stats. Have you tried playing in the Andes yet? Very briefly. It's kind of just feels like a really unfun start. I don't think playing in the New World's very fun or attractive. And it's not like you have the, like, High American or, like, the Sunset Invasion or anything like this. It's just pain and suffering, which is what it should be. Whatever, dude. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Majapahit gets 7 whole years. That's because they're not Ethiopia. Although, let's check our poll. Looks like 2/3 of you guys want to practice more starts. Alright. Let's see, who was not winning number 2? Kiev. Alright, we'll save this Majapahit run. We maybe continue it, but probably not. Alright. Alright. Man's complained. We do like clicking the buttons for Parliament, though, so... Kinda real tempted here. Real tempted here. We just go with something that increases, gives us as much support as possible. And probably look for a war on Sunda. During request starts, I wouldn't mind looking at Aztec New World stuff. We've gotten a lot of requests for New World stuff. Maybe we take a close look. Someone asked about the Andes. Someone agrees with New World stuff. I forgot. What's the Aztecs tag? It's like 1002... Forget the tag for the Aztecs. Try the nation in the middle of the US is completely depopulated areas, which means you have no tools, no lumber, breaking your entire economy. Womp womp. So do we want to do Aztecs or Mayans? Or sorry, Aztecs or Inca? Apart from whether it's difficult or not, the Andes is literally not properly set up. There's no tools or pottery in the market. It looks like you're building some masonry. Maybe one. So we can play the Aztecs. It's gonna be just a lot of investigation, just reading through some of this stuff. That's a shitload of manpower. If I recall correctly, their religion actually has some really cracked out stuff. Their bonuses themselves are just kind of weak. Infantry power plus 20% is really strong. Yeah, the Nahua religion I remember being strong looking. Free government reform and 33% crown power. Let's go. And Doom is something you have to play around. And then the tag to play in here is Cusco. I think we have 2 monthly dev modifiers. But you start out in the mountains, so like... Do you really have any dev modifiers? The problem with Doom bricks are run by the 1500s. Call an ambulance boat for me. Mike? Oh no. Sounds like corrupted feedback loop. Don't fix the mic, the remix is sick. Mic is fine. Pre-recorded stream, not like this. Won't read chat for like 15 minutes, guys. Dude, I just get locked in, bro. No, it's hard to focus on 2 things at once. Is the mic fixed though? Terraces is such an interesting one. Your building like restriction is it has to be on like bad topography, but plus 50% is so much food. What's the requirement on 10, Bo? Wait, what? Some of the like power level on these like unplayable starts content is so high because they're just like never getting nerfed because nobody cares, but like virtually most sources of flat control just got nuked, and you have like dev and flat control. Mike is better now? Good, we back? Okay. What do we think between these 2? Aztec or Inca? I kind of think the Inca look cooler, but Aztec involves a lot of fighting. I think Inca looks better as well. Go Maya. Which one's Maya again? They're like further south, right? That's not a tag itself, is it? Yeah. Comb, Incas. Isn't Inca broken? Is it just categorically? You can make pottery. What's the issue? This is Maya? Looks like they have 0 content. Is that correct? Alright, let's link the poll. You bankrupt in 5 years from the food? Oh, I think I remember. I mean, like, it's so in general, I think, like, the New World is scuffed, but people keep asking about it, so... People keep asking if I'm playing the New World. At first, I didn't know what to say, but yeah, I think I'm playing in the New World, and it's just bad. Maybe it's Itza? I wish there was a way to, like, kind of look at content easier. Hey, we found the Inca start that's best. Or sorry, the Mayan start. UV Pistola, thank you for the follow, big nice. It's on the tip, left from Cuba, yellow color. Chell. Do we just have no content as Maya? They're a vassal of Kakum. I think it's just well, we accidentally clicked Kakum. New World doesn't really interest me. And we get people keep asking about it. I mean, we could take a look and then back out. We're doing a lot of, like, taking a look. Content map mode and country selection with gradient from black to red to green. Oh, really? Content map mode? What is content map mode? I hate the double click for selecting. I hate it so much. I accidentally select so much. I mean, we could just swap so it's not a thing. Yeah, even if it sucks, it's just a test start. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it, but... Show results. Looks like you guys like Inca. Not too many votes, though. So let's look through their content again. In general, you just have, like, a ton of dev. And this absolutely insane 5 RGO output's also really strong. But your territory is just so bad. This is just such an insane building. I wonder if you move your capital to the New World as, like, Spain and then go Inca. Okay, looks like you guys are kind of preferring it. Just got trade companies and other games. Can't for the life of me figure out how they work with the HQ building. Have you used them at all? A little... played around a little bit with them. Trade companies kind of seem scuffed. Or I've talked to other content creators. And then, yeah, the trade building requires... So you can't build it anywhere. If you researched it first, you can only build it in places where they have the tech as well, so you almost have to release a new country to be able to do it, or just wait for them to research it. And then once you get the, like, HQ built, My understanding is they just kind of feel uber scuffed, and that's talking to other content creators. That was the impression I was given. How do you know the capital is based on economy base? Tooltip doesn't tell you. Almost all the stuff that scales on the economic base. Yeah. Okay, but apparently our issue at GameStart is that we're paying, or we will be paying out the ass for food. Buying food 0.54. Okay. I think I see the issue. So we have to intentionally bankrupt multiple times. Well, we obviously deactivate our granary. What's the point of having food storage if you can't use it anyways? We're out of food. Yeah, they just get the treatment. Now we have potatoes. We can't afford the gold. It's probably actually just stone wasn't play tested at all. Wonder if we have a special tech tree just for us, for New World countries. We don't start off with shipbuilding. Looks like this is this our special tech tree? We're in the Andes, so we get this stuff. Ah. I don't know how much any of this matters, considering I don't know how we're supposed to solve the food issue. Prosperity on the opener, I think, is super nice, though. I think we're supposed to try and get this modifier, more of it. We're getting 0.5 a month. If we get it above 0, we get a huge penalty. So we want to slot in something that gets rid of it. I guess we're good with the pop growth as well. Alright. I mean, I just think we have no agency. We could take a 2-ducat loan. How big is the food deficit? Oh, Settle the Frontier I haven't seen before. We would have picked a different guy. Let's just use this guy to settle the frontier. I'm not sure if it's correct. Interesting to have this for the clergy estate satisfaction equilibrium. There's gold in them hills. Okay. We're, like, avoiding the issue because it's actually, like, an intractable issue. I don't know how to solve it. We can't push centralization very easily if we go itinerant court. Itinerant court is good. Maybe we're okay not doing it. Do we start with the awful one? Don't look like it. Start with this. I don't think this is the food location. Yeah, it's not. Building costs allow peasants to migrate. Serfdom. Excellent. We're about it. We could tax the commoners more, so we can get 0.05 ducats from them. God, this is so, like, unplayable. We're just, like, putting off the fact that we're just gonna instantly get blasted by this, like, deficit, and there's, like, not a way to solve it. Let's wait a month. Best way to control all your colonies in the New World. Small colonies is better, I think, because they get more cabinet actions. I think they eventually unite, like there's a journal or a situation for them to unite. Watched your Holland as a new player, was very insightful, left a lot of questions, still left a lot of questions. There's a lot going on, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Also, I have no idea how they function, especially because they cost like 300 ducats. So DC doesn't have food, he has to pay 0.4 ducats a turn. Yeah, I don't know if this is like even remotely playable. Like, we could take loans and repeatedly bankrupt and try and build, like, one building or something like this. It would be a lot easier when you could just start with the pops. Yeah. What do you mean sheep building in America? I mean alpacas. Did generally nobody playtest the most important tag of the continent? I mean... they probably playtested it when food wasn't hell. Food was a lot less of a... Used to be able to super ignore food on previous versions of the build. It probably got playtested on that version, and here it's just like... I don't even know remotely how to, like, approach this. I mean... The problem is we will have to pay out the ass until we solve the food problem for the entire market. Oh no, wait, if we're positive in our province, we won't. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the play. I mean... This is probably how we do it. Maybe we wait? No, we should just declare it now. Or we should have it forced on us, I guess. Because we might have to go through multiple rounds of this. Might be literally impossible. Look at the black side, bright side, no Black Death. Yeah, instead of Black Death, we get the actual worse one when we finally see a European. Food production plus 5%. Oh boy, that'll solve the issue. Let's see. So, negative 28 food. Okay. Negative 28 food. God, our 2 RGOs are also just actually food RGOs. It's because we have a bunch of tribesmen and not peasants. Maybe this is solvable. Sub-agriculture is giving us 0.02. The real problem is because we have this super ass modifier. Laborers are slaves with potatoes, laborers are slaves with potatoes. Jesus. Mild winter, town location rank, mountains topography. If we can get to net positive in our province, then we don't have to pay. Yeah, thanks. $35 in subsistence agriculture, so we need to get off of tribesmen, actually. Thanks, friend. Minus 27. This is so unplayable. Selling one of your starting provinces, you get 40 gold from it. That's true. Might as well keep the location, go bankrupt no matter what. Basically mandatory to play as one of the coastal Incans. Do tribals produce food? The issue is you have 90%. Yeah. This is, they don't consume food? I think they are consuming food. Or, oh, maybe they don't consume food? But we have... Then effectively, we only have the town province. Yeah, so maybe you just actually have to start as one of these guys that actually is positive on the food. Oh, allegedly we're positive on the food. Allegedly. Bueller. Seems like fake news to me. Why is this green? The minting wasn't going to make a difference. Long-term potato investing. Claims for CB is so useless. Yeah, I don't really use it. 2 potatoes, let's go. Pestilence. Yeah, I mean, we're just going to keep getting this. The build speed is crushing us. One day we'll get a second potato. Alright, we do have a parliament. We're not completely without agency, except we are. Let's expand the road network. Favor the ruler, sure. I think we want to get onto a central council here. And we don't want itinerant court yet, so we're just not going to pick anything. Alright, so let's go central council. Kind of don't want closed borders. I don't know if we could roll up 2 of these in a row to change another law. We probably can, though. Is there another law we really want to change? The only one I can think of is maybe going off of aristocratic, but... that doesn't seem necessarily, like, super good. Yeah, I mean, I think you eventually want your capital on the coast. I guess we could start pushing naval. Oh, we don't have a... We need a coastal location to do... Okay, fair. This would cripple us so hard right now, because we would just get higher tier pops that eat more food. These guys are trending real low. Tax exemption doesn't seem insane to me. Cusco is in the Arctic? Is that? Oh, that's probably... Yeah, that I think that is some of it. There's no notification when your rival's at war? If not, I'm very disappointed. You might be able to set it up so that it does it. I don't think it's in it vanilla-wise. How do you maximize profit and minimize costs for base economy? What's the main thing you look for in trade? The trade? I mean, ducats made, but to be fair, I should be thinking about more. Not just ducats made, but also how much it contributes to the tax base. Well, we want to promote pops so that they work in this. Because we have an empty RGO. I mean... Oh no, we drank poison. We gained stab. Ugh. Everything gets a panaka. What is this? That's awful. Glad we got a panaka. Glad we have, like, negative scaling on the cost of things. We're gonna... We are chilling. We're not gonna bankrupt for so long. Too bad we don't have enough lumber. Oh no, wait, we don't have, sorry, it's severe winter. Insult to injury. One day we'll finish the potato farm. Hey Dr. Mo, how's it going? This is just ultimate pain, trying to start his Cusco. This is also, we did take a brief look at, I did take a brief look at these guys before. Oh, it's employing these instead of the RGOs, no. Destroys 10 legitimacy, yeah, this is super worth. Working the RGOs, friends. I think we actually have stone 0 pop promotions. Why? Because we're bankrupt? Jesus Christ. Oh, we're not gonna even... Oh, this is actually just... This might just be a death spiral, because we won't even be able to employ the potato place. We won't even be able to employ up the potato place. God. And we have negative, like, 100 stab because of the bankruptcies. So ducats made with what contributes to tax base? Which part is that? For the trade? So trade, whatever the sell price of goods is, ooh, 10% food production. Are we in it yet? To be fair, we actually this actually there might be a way out here. Especially if we're willing to mint. God, buildings is over half our expenses. We actually are probably just supposed to deactivate the marketplace, to be honest. It's too expensive. Doesn't do anything for us right now. Positive balance. Woohoo! We solved it, chat. We will survive. Sad because Inca's actually really interesting tech. I mean, I think this is just how we have to do it. Jesus Christ, this is like so miserable though. We're making money. Those local crown power buildings come each time you get a new ruler. Oh, it's pain. 3 gold silver provinces if you conquer the guy above you, but you will print inflation. Yeah, we don't like necessarily want to do that. So you just guaranteed bankruptcy to buy 1 potato. And then, oh Jesus. I think the AI actually just doesn't levy up as quickly as you, so we might actually just win this because they have a delay. Actually the most insipid reason to win a war, but they have a delay between when they start doing the levies. Or just game over. Nope, just kidding. Free province for us. Let's look it up, chat. The real question is did they attack us so that we would just feed them? And is this poison? Gems? That's not a food source. Yeah, pretty sure this is just going to be net negative for us food-wise, so we actually can't conquer them. I think we have to subjugate them. Oh, 10 gold! It's a flat amount, boys! It's a flat amount! Double the size of our treasury? Cha-ching! Let's go! We can't support 1. We get minus 85% crown power. Oh. I don't think paying for the slider is gonna fix that, my guy. His ego's so much bigger than us because he has 1 gemstone mine. That's why we have this like insano modifier. Why it's insanely expensive. He has 1 gemstone mine, guys. How could we possibly compete? Yeah, this is just like insane. So we probably just have to let him go. Except once we finish our potato farm, absolute cinema. We'll be set. 7 dip for 1 location. Yep. Very effective plan by the AI there. Yeah, to try and make us pay for the food, but we're too smart for that. We didn't conquer the province. That way we wouldn't have to pay for the food. We do generate less food when this guy's out, though. Absolute cinema. Mission accomplished. Let them eat gems, the pain never ends. Sold 1 location for 80k. Oh yeah, I mean, I think selling locations is just like super cheesy. I try not to do it. Yeah, it's insane though. What's worse, this start or Victorian Lake start in Vic 3? Probably this. Well, maybe not. Victoria 3 is only 100 years. Is like a compounding issue there. Like, here I assume eventually we get going. It's really silly for us to play a long-term type of run, though, considering we will want to restart. Because the changes to cores that's going to be coming in. How's Cusco making money now from its start? We shut down everything. We just eliminated all of our expenses. We're only paying for cost court. Is the short answer. We're gonna get our potato soon. Yeah, your marketplace, shut it down. Granary, shut it down. I think there's one other building we shut down. Of course, get the winter before we get our potato. You hate to see it. Yeah, I don't know who said that there's too much money in economies in EU5. That's a little crazy, isn't it? Crazy in retrospect. Cost of purchasing food. Let's go. Amour, thank you for the follow, big nice. What changes to cores? Cores currently just fall off right now. And so releasable countries get bricked basically instantly. And if you have no releasable countries, this like super hurts expansion. Alright, chat. It's time for us to win another war we have no business winning. They have a lot of locations, though. Do we just get GG'd? We don't want the copper. Where is your food? We can't eat gold. Give us the food. Oh, we really don't win on the mountain? Come on. Just kidding, we get game over. Yeah, war reparations with what money? They just want locations. Oh no, wait, I think this works for us, maybe? No, we're just gonna get annexed. This has been a fun start, chat. Or do they get annexed? Go, go, go. We can split up into two armies and just try and outmaneuver. I don't think this works. Does this work? Let's go, we're so good at this game. Who would have known if only our vassal fought with us? We tell him to actually... I don't know why he's doing this if he's disloyal as hell, too. But... be supportive, please. We want you to be encouraging. Alright. We don't want their provinces that don't produce food, man. I know that they have gold, but forget about that. We want food, bish. Alright, just kidding. We're so good at this game. This game's not scuffed at all. Who made him play this? Basically. Someone asking the real questions. He has chili. Chili doesn't produce food. 10 ducats incoming. We got 12. Let's go. Probably piece him out now. Yeah, why when we could just get more stuff? This is so stupid. See if we can steal a map off that guy. I don't know. Expansion plan's working perfectly. Eat the dead, basically. Yeah, we do have the potato has been finished. I think that we're actually gonna swap this on to the government. Actually, let's change our values. I don't think any of this matters. This is just like seems turbo scuffed. Alright, we're gonna maybe gain this province when... We don't care about incompetent diplomats, which is gonna have maize in it. Oh no, it's not. No. This province doesn't have more food in it. Looking at our 0.03 income and like looking at the cheapest colonial charter we've ever seen and being like, oh, we can't afford that. Feels good, man. Let's get rid of this, I guess. We got rid of the building. Why do we have 0% crown power? Unsupported dip cap? Brother. Okay. Unsupported dip cap. The thing is, we're not even going to be remotely close. 15 out of 1.7. Pretty sure so the market's completely out of food, so you save food because you can't buy non-existent food. If we're net positive, we don't have to buy food. Oh, somehow we're losing. Why did we suddenly go to buying a bunch of food? When we were before. Just because it's winter? Alright, we have 30 months that we can withstand the... Boy, we'd like to. We haven't seen this one before. I think it's best. Cuts in half our food expenditure. That's our parliament, boys. Who here likes playing in the New World? Can you give us a big happy smile? I'm not playing this. If you accept warrior culture, you can immediately colonize the maize location with the charter. We lack that type of prestigiousness. You love him, you gotta let him go? Yeah, just release these subjects so they can attack us again. I mean, I guess this might be the play. God. The New World gameplay is just like so scuffed. People are like, why don't you play the New World Generalist? We'd love to see the New World Generalist. No other content creators playing in the New World Generalist. Why don't you play in the New World Generalist? Can't believe this also gets more use than Ethiopia, basically. I'm thinking, well, this is just like such a meme. This is like Ethiopia in Pick 3. Workers stopped working the potato farm? Wait, actually. You hate to see it. They're like, nah. We ain't about that life. How do you manage to get that much time in the EU5 already? We had the game before release. I also helped, I wrote the outlines for the tutorials, like the official tutorials. So I got extra access for that. I got access in April for doing like one of the preview videos. And then I got access to give UI feedback, like 3 weeks after that. And so that was a total of like 5 weeks of access. And then a few months before release, like 2 or 3, got access again to work on the tutorials. And then I've had access since then. Could have starved with gold, now we're starved without gold. True. What's the type of subject to create for colonial profit? Colonial subject? Colonial subject's a really strong subject type because they get enormous pop and dev growth. Like, it's very, very strong. So, if you're not going to integrate a subject and they're not on your continent, colony is generally going to be best. Jamie and Noof, thank you for the follow, big nice. Gotta step backwards, serfdom is the way. You're so right, bestie. RGO output, that's for our food, baby. We're thinking about this the wrong way. We gotta trad and surf max, man. It's called trad max and sweetie, look it up. To be fair, it's gonna be nice when we get peasant connections. Jesus. This is actually just like incredibly miserable. VJ to them might be the move, yeah. Put 2 potato farms together and what do you get? Maybe a baby potato farm? We're trying. We're trying our best. -7 stab. Let's go. Is that the new world? Yeah. This is kind of unplayable. Although, how much longer do we want to stream? We started at 10. Want to go like 4 hours? I guess we're like kind of... Let's play this for a little bit longer and then I think we'll be done. But I think that this seems just like really bad. I guess we kind of want to wait and see what this cabinet action does. 9 months. We're almost there. Because, I mean, we're kind of stabilizing. Our bankruptcy modifier, how long do we have on it? Or are we out from under it? Okay. 3 months. Pain and Salvation plays in the background. Could you do Portugal around our opening? There's like 2 videos I want to record today, so I don't want to like kind of get lost in the sauce of doing a really long stream. We can take a very brief look at Portugal, I think. Okay, so we own a bunch of locations. Here's the problem, dogs. Okay, one of them is grassland instead of sparse. Okay. None of these are food locations. So I think we just had to have done that with the maize instead. And so I think the start is scuffed. Someone said if we accept Wari, we could just insta-colonize. No shot this is positive. I mean, I guess the grassland is a little bit better. Oh, we have 0 RGO levels. That's okay. That kind of works. So we'll just have only the peasant stuff. Okay, okay, okay. I see you. I don't. I see you. Not really. I see you. Please help me. Yunka, nice. So this is the one we should have settled. Livestock, multiple livestock and wool here. I mean, I guess we're getting this off the ground. Bro, this feels so lame. Best way to do Cusco World Conquest is to place Vic 3 and do it as Chile. Any advice for Golden Horde? Not really. I mean, I guess this is startable. Like, this actually isn't stone unplayable, it just looks god-awful. We have built literally nothing but that one potato. It's 10 years in. We've built one potato 10 years in. Alright, let's take a quick look at Portugal. I want to play Golden Horde on very hard also. Well, I mean, you could do that. It makes the AI like more aggressive and like gives them combat bonuses, but they're not like smarter. So like, honestly, it just makes hitting the escape velocity point harder, but sometimes they're being aggressive is bad. Alright, so content-wise, we have talked a little bit about Portugal in our top 10 video, because I do think Portugal's got some good stuff going on. They got RGO output early on, and also infantry power. Pretty nice. A little bit of power. Feitoria is an interesting building. Pairs quite nicely with the Viceroyalty. Has to be built overseas, and gives... Wait, what? Bro, they turbo nerfed the Feitoria, what the hell? Doesn't give production efficiency anymore? I guess that's kind of a lot of trade advantage. How expensive is it to build this? Decent amount of trade cap. I don't know if I like this relative to the other one was cute and more interesting. Can I ever divorce somebody as an Orthodox nation? Not sure. I really do like loyalty of subjects, but it's kind of late in the game, you get it. Same with the crown power. One of your big things you do is, you start out with... Is this the one that used to be for free 50% subject income? They nerfed it to 2.5%? Holy shit. I remember they had something. That was just an enormous amount. You also get all the Iberian buildings and this stuff. I think in theory you're supposed to go for Navarra, just convert to Basque culture, to be honest. Even if you're staying Portugal. Because the Basque culture has so much more stuff on it than the Portuguese. Spanishing, nerfing Portugal, you hate to see it. We've seen about the trade become economic base thing that's blowing up on Reddit. It's made it to Reddit from the forums. Yeah, I'm aware. I think people are kind of overreacting to it. I mean, I think that economic base should scale with base income, but like I don't hyper hate the way it works now. Prox cost. So I think Basque used to have 10% on this. I think they used to have 5% discipline and it got reduced. So I think they just like took all their modifiers they got and just like cut them all in half. Yeah, dev. But long term, still swapping Basque probably makes sense. Or even swapping to Navarra. I think you could just swap culture and get all the culture stuff though and stay Portugal. Big thing about Portugal though is you start off with Portuguese monarchy, which gives tax efficiency. Very nice. 10%. Have you been asked about the trade income? Yeah, I spent like 5 minutes explaining it. Like an hour ago or something. This isn't so bad. I think we swapped this out for the crown power centralization one. Looks like we don't have any really bad things. As far as like terrain and resources go, we like have this kind of open area and we're just gonna play naval from Lisboa. Got some farmlands, kind of a lame that it's sparse, but also it is a ton of Mediterranean, so you can actually get decently well populated in these areas. You have reasonably big provinces, and so I think you have pretty good bonuses as it relates to production efficiency, because you'll have like this big ass province where you will have iron, which is nice, and also copper, sand, livestock. So sand plus livestock, really good for tanneries, and then iron plus copper, good for naval supplies, as is tin, and then wool in this province. Wool in a lot of the provinces is pretty nice for the production efficiency. You have wool here, right? Wool here, wool here, wool here. Really, the big provinces is quite nice, and also iron, lumber. But yeah, you build out from the coast. You have good harbor capacity here. You maybe like long term think about moving your capital to Sevilla. I think you look to expand into North Africa, put down plantations there, and you can project control to North Africa pretty easily. Can you swap it as Portugal? The real strategy. The problem isn't that they're alleging with the economic base is taking the price of the good as economic rather than the profit of your country. Isn't the problem that they're alleging with the economic base that it's taking the price of the good as an economic base rather than the profit your country takes? No, yeah, that's exactly how it works. That's not alleging, that's how it works. I think that's not how it should work, and it should be based on trade profit before it's split between the crown and the estates, but I don't think it's as big a deal as other people think. I think it's non-intuitive and kind of new player punishing and a little bit unfriendly, but like balance perspective, it's actually like not an enormous issue. It just means you can't push trade to the point where you're getting like half a ducat per trade. Like you have to pull up on the trade. What's the thing with planes? Danger, pull up. Low altitude, pull up. You just have to, like, not expand your trade super aggressively. Because then it starts losing you money when it says it's not losing you money. Okay. But yeah, this is, I think, relatively straightforward. You just have to go uber naval. So let's take a look at what our starting values are. I think we don't start with naval. We start with a naval trend. We want to push naval. We also want to push centralization. I think we're okay going free subjects. I think we want to go Pluto, but we're nowhere near it, and we would rather lock in as much naval and centralization as possible first. I think we do start with the parliament we want, so... let's take a look what we can get in terms of centralization or naval. Well, we can get, for naval, noble navy. I think we don't start with very... Oh, we do start with one of the bad privileges. 33 stab slotted out. Let's just rip off the band-aid. To be fair, I think you should maybe push naval, slot that out later. That makes sense to me. But we're going to push centralization first. Because we're just kind of showing what we'll do as Portugal. And trying to explain through it a little bit. We specifically look for crown power characters. We see that we have one. We're going to put that guy in charge of, or we're going to put our ruler in charge of the navy, the other guy in charge of the army, and recruit as best a guy possible for change values. And this is going to give us the most crown power possible. Okay. Now, we're going to look for the other sources of centralization. I don't think there's another source of naval for us in the tech tree. Yeah, but we do like this quite a lot. And then if we can, we want to give out 2 privileges to these guys. Sure, we don't mind going free subjects. And we're just over 51 stab, and our estates are balanced, so that seems fine. I think in general I like universal Christianity as an opener for Catholics, even if you're not staying Catholic. We're going to improve relationship with Castile, and we see that they rival, or have rivaled, Morocco. If Castile takes the Duchy on us, we lose. So we're going to also rival Morocco. And anyone Castile rivals, we will rival. So the friend of my friend is my friend. Is my frenemy. The frenemy of my frenemy is my frenemy. We're going to also max out this. Decrease this slider. And we're going to delete all of our forts and kill our Diplo slider. Delete all of our forts except for the one in the capital. Because you do this as every single run. Then we're going to diagnose our building cost. But you start off with way too many forts as Portugal. This is why Portugal feels unplayable. Just delete all the forts except for the one in Lisboa. You have a positive balance. You've got mail. Then we're going to take a look here. We have cathedrals. Cathedrals are kind of expensive. Don't really need them. Could deactivate them. Let's do that. Close them up. And see what our balance looks like when we get to tick it by a little bit. So this is how we'd start as Portugal. Though that seems outlandish for how trade has felt in your game. Yeah, I mean, the thing is you primarily generate revenue. Like, trade is so much worse than tax, and it's just like all about tax. Oop, we forgot to do this. One thing that feels dumb is how states get money from areas based on presence of your control or absence of it. I feel like it yeah, I guess it's maybe a little bit silly. We do have Iberian caravels early, so getting maritime presence is going to be useful. When do you use the overseas trading post versus trade office? I think they have different requirements. Usually if I'm using one, I'm using the other, and I'm kind of spamming both. But they're gonna have different requirements. Trade advantage, trade to owner, 50 cost. So it's 0.2, 0.1. These have to like be built on your own continent, 0.2, 0.3, so I think just generally you'll prefer a trade office, but they have to be built on your own continent, so you're not going to be able to use them as much. Someone like the Reddit thing, you probably would have an easier time asking on Discord. I think YouTube auto-pops a lot of the links. Analytically, how did the first 50-year videos perform? They performed okay. Poland one kind of sucked in terms of its performance, which was a bit of a bummer because I didn't like playing Poland, but Poland did really well in the poll because in terms of what people wanted. So I was like, okay, I'll do Poland, and then it did really poorly. So. Just gonna check something real quick. Sure, I'm not going crazy. Yeah. He's putting a ruler in charge of the armies of EU4, saying that it increases the chance of random death. It does. We put him in charge though because we want more crown power. We are being greedy little pigs. It gives 25% for both your control of navy and army. But it's not per army, it's for the entirety of the army. But since our armies and navies are just one stack, it's all the same. Opener for Khmer, Thailand, Vietnam. I think this is the last one we're taking a look at. But I do want to do Southeast Asia eventually. XKev, thank you for the follow. Isafov, thank you for the follow. Isaf? I don't know what's better there. Oh, we forgot to spend money. I apologize. It's starting to get to me. I'm actually really tired. I didn't get like very much sleep. We're going to, yeah, for most countries it's going to be tailors guilds. Looks like we have a decent price collapse on them. We forgot to check our price collapse on wood. I know that our price collapse will be decent on wood, but I do think it's maybe worth like mentioning that you do want to check this and then check masonry and then check glass and check tools and just have a rough idea for how things are going to go. So we're going to need some masons. In fact, the buildings we're building are probably a little bit more expensive than they should be. Tools like that, sand is going to be a little bit cheap, and then glass, I think we didn't check. The glass is usually cheap, so let's also build one glass, and then from here, let's build a little bit of masonry to help the prices collapse. I think just 2, and we're going to look for provinces that have stone or clay. And then, do we have roads? We do have roads. Do they connect to some of our urban areas? I think this area is not connected. Yeah. So that's going to be kind of a little bit of a priority for an expenditure. Do we have sand? Yeah, we do have sand here. We're going to expand that out. We're going to expand the lumber just to help keep it collapsed. We don't have too many RGOs that are going to earn a lot of money. Let's do this. Those should be our reasonably profitable ones, and we got our spend down. Done. You don't spray in marketplace. Thought trade was best. You build marketplaces. You don't just maximize them, because then you just start losing money from your trade. I think I like your suggestion because it encourages maximum crown power to get more of the profits, offsets the eco-based cost increase versus the current system discourages certain trades. Yeah, it discourages certain trades. The thing is I think the people who are upset about it are just paying way too much for sliders, and in general, you're incentivized to just super kill sliders, and if you super kill sliders, trades have to be making really, really low amounts to be negative EV. And it's like, it's a function more of sliders. To be fair, though, in our Venice game, we're paying for our dip slider, but also we're gonna have 1 million ducats in the bank before 1600. So, like, I don't know. The economy will speed up dramatically for like the very top end if you switch it. And right now it throttles the economy, which I don't have a huge problem with. And it throttles the economy like when you're like overexpanded and bloated in terms of the trade thing. Which continent has the best innovations? Is this like a history question? Like, innovation's not a mechanic. In general, your institutions will be best in Europe. Poland was super oversaturated. Lemon Cake and Slavic did it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. People wanted to see it from me, and then I did it, and it just got like 4 or 5K views or something. I was like, okay. I was like, I didn't even want to play Poland. With #1 country, Kurwa, how could you not like playing Poland? Poland is like, you got like no pops. It's just kind of miserable. Take the stab. I think flat stab's generally better, but you're supposed to pay for the legitimacy slider. Makes my Castile run feel shitty because I had no cabinet members or leaders, kind of struggling on crown power. Yeah, you do have to be proactive about marrying people, speaking of. We're gonna keep one guy in reserve in case we get some potential with Castile. We have the same rival. They desire land that belongs to us. Oh no. We don't have any cores that they want. Castile's also just very aggro against you. Oh, they rivaled us? That's probably just a to be honest. It's probably a restart to be, yeah. That's super scuffed for us. We were hoping that they wouldn't rival us by virtue of us rivaling Morocco. I think that's just a restart. Couldn't marry people because of the aforementioned bug. Chat is always wrong. Big true. When you check that, what are you looking at that tells you what potential needs are going to come? What potential needs are going to come? I don't know what you're referring to. You mean, like, that we know that fine cloth is going to be expensive? It won't always be expensive at game start, but, if it has a huge, negative demand or, like, balance, you know it's going to go up in price. Which continent has the best advances? Like, in terms of unique flavor for the region? Like, you move your capital there and it's just better? Probably Africa. If you move your capital to North Africa, you get to take, you can do slave raiding. This is really good. And if you move it to Sub-Saharan Africa, on top of that, you get, like, proximity cost reduction. Yeah. Do you think cutting supply lines is worthless? Kind of. It's hard to make it really good. I think this run's probably a restart, though. Maybe you can get them off of rivaling you? We could rival literally all their rivals. Say no, we should work together. I think one of the really baity things is Portugal that you're not supposed to do, though, is you're not supposed to explore early. It's really expensive. You're not supposed to pay for it. Alright, let's get our first parliament done. Again, it's going to be looking for law changes. I think as Castile, you want to go aristocracy, but as Portugal, I think we do want to go plutocracy. So we have to be careful what we hand out. I'm just doing that for as much support as possible. We don't want to push land. God, I'm going to leave feedback about this. It bugs me so much. The land parliament, actually, it doesn't bug me that much, but I think it's silly that land parliament gives you 0.5, or it gives you +5 trend, and the naval parliament gives you +2. And so it's so much harder to push naval values than it is land. I guess we don't need to do it. We can go conciliatory. Do we want to grant this privilege? Expansion and zealotry? I don't think so, because I think you do want to go conciliatory. We don't have very good conciliatory trend, though, because we declared rivals right away. And then for this, I think we will, yeah. Usually the #1 priority is distribution of power, and then like the #2 priority is getting onto central council. We start with that though. Which is why we have decent trend towards centralization, so let's get off that. We maybe could declare. No, I don't think we can declare on Morocco. There's an event that makes it so we join in Castile. We join Castile in a fight against Morocco, and I think if we roll that event, we're probably in good shape. But let's swap to this to favor the ruler. Long-term, favor the wealthy is going to be preferred, but short-term, we let favor the ruler for the extra crown power. And to get off a traditional one so that we have more centralization trend. So we're almost at even centralization. You have Mali vid incoming? Yes. It's already recorded and uploaded. I just have to make a thumbnail and pub it. But, like, I have to make a thumbnail. I made a suggestion thread to make supply lines more punishable by defenders. Can you show this opinion, please? I've already, like, advocated for that, and I can't report on Johan's perspectives, generally. In any sort of specific way. I could say, as a generality, I think Johan has publicly said that he wants to make logistics more important. Castile calls for aid. We hope. But look at this though. Enemy of the enemy is giving us +50. It is overriding this thing we have here. Let's actually rival up these guys as well. So will we get +75 relations with them? No, I think you just get from the... It looks like you maybe just get from the first rival of the rival, but I think that this in particular you do want to do. I think they never do an alliance because they're rival, but hopefully eventually they pull off the rivalry and make it go away. I think there are 2 parliament agendas, one that gives you progress towards land, gives you 5 to land, another when you give progress towards naval, it gives you +2 to land. Oh, there's 2 agendas. There's the, like, naval infrastructure one, and then there's the one that gives you a discount on urban buildings. I forget what it's called. But both of those are like 2 sides of the same coin, where they'll give naval or land depending on if you succeed or fail, and you succeed one to get naval and you fail the other to get naval. Do you think that they will address the levy raising thing? Yes, 100%. Where's the raise button for hordes? I'm not sure. I haven't played hordes. How do I get my prestige up? The easiest way is when you do peace deals, humiliate people. It gives you like 5 prestige. And so if you do a peace deal and you separate CB 4 people and you like humiliate all 4 of them, it adds up. Attacking Morocco's a trap. Your troops' attrition to death on their forts because of malaria. Yes. That is why when you fight Morocco, you do this as the war goal, and you just take this stuff, and then, in terms of the war, and then you just sit in Iberia, and then you do, like, a chip shot war, and you take other stuff in their territory. And then when you recruit troops up in the south, then they aren't affected by malaria, if you, like, core this territory. But you just, repeated chip shot war them over this, and you just occupy this and call it a day. You can kind of land them and push a little bit when they don't have that many forts, but once they have a bunch of forts, it's kind of rough. Is this in a province? No, it's not. I think we'll do this. And this is in a province with wool. So we'll do a bit of this too. That's all of our money. I'm pretty sure the price of sand is collapsed, but we didn't double check. We expanded sand at a couple spots. I think all the prices are collapsed there. Does AI wait till the month tick to raise levies? I think they have like, I don't think it's a month tick, but they do just have a delay, yes. We will give him Magnificent tomb. We'll keep Lisboa as the capital. Can we not? Wait, what? Why does minting give us nothing? Looking for a way for us to avoid loans. I guess this is just gonna give us the minimum loan. Yeah. We are going to try and increase minting all the way, but we only have 1 loan here instead of maybe 2. The start of the game is optional, focus on boosting RGOs and not building out of towns, building a ton of towns and just building a capital and 1, 2 high control towns. Well, I think the way you want to look at it is like, you want to get your pop promotion speed as a resource, and early on this is a resource that gets squeezed. Later on it's not really that important, and so what you want to do is you want to make sure you're always promoting pops. And that counts for both urban areas and rural areas. And so, from the very shortest of term, you just want the most profitable thing, but you also want to think about how profitable things are going to be in the long term, long-ish term, like in the 10, 20-year like timeline. And so you want to get some pop promotions down there as well. Also, you don't want to super overexpand in urban areas because you know the Black Death is coming. And you know it's going to wipe out 40% of your qualified pops, and so you don't want to expand a whole bunch in places that aren't close to the capital, and you're gonna have poor promotion speed because you're just not gonna be able to actually use it. You're gonna like overbuild, and then like it's gonna be decades until you can fill up the building. So Morocco take Fez provinces, release Fez, easy recon costs, and Fez doesn't get rebels. Yep, basically. They do get rebels though. Taking Malaga as a war goal is exactly how I was able to chip Morocco and Tunis till I annexed it. Yeah. Or until you get like kind of what you're looking for. Alright, we're gonna pay off that loan. And in theory, you want markets on the periphery. Because they don't care about control or market access. Given how the meta is so levy-focused, how can you get the strongest / most levies? The privilege is really important, but I assume you're already doing that. Just having more pops and more control is how you do it. But there is this is important, and avoiding stuff that is decreasing levies is also going to be relevant, so you don't get fewer levies. Also having maxed out either plutocracy or aristocracy is going to be better for levies. Earlier on, I do think aristocracy is better. But levies scale with control. So building roads, good for levies. Because building roads is really good for control. Or it's good for proximity, which gives you control, right? Let's actually open up the right thing. But you are going to get levy size ballast equal to the lack of control, or your deficit in control. So in terms of a lot of our spends from here, we're probably going to be spending on roads. But another thing is roads are really good expenditure, like during and following the Black Plague, because they don't employ any pops. And so once you get squeezed on qualifications, you don't really care and you just build roads. Stopping a building, not worth it to avoid a loan. Oh, we probably should have done that. Yeah, no, that would have been a little bit tighter. It would have been worth, yeah. Fez doesn't get the weird rebels, true. They only get the unweird rebels. I think when you go naval nation, you kind of tend to value the local infrastructure a little bit more. Accepting cultures is also valuable. Kinda. They have it right now where, like, if you incorporate a subject and they have cores, you just get all their core territory, which I think is, like, not a good mechanic. Which kind of invalidates the importance of accepting subjects. Do you think levies should be as powerful as they are? No. Not relative to professional armies. Professionals are just stone useless in the first, like, age. Or the first 2 ages. The first 100 years, like, professional armies are just actually, like, super, super bad. I don't know if they should be that bad. The thing is, it makes mercs feel really god-awful. I don't know if mercs should feel that bad. I feel like they shouldn't. Kind of like a lot of the Diplo stuff. Like, yeah. Looking for my free tree. Yeah, let's just go for the proximity cost. Are you Twitch as well? Just a YouTuber? I'm on Twitch. I'm not super Twitch maxing though, I just stream to both. Why are people doing Milan to Navarra? So I don't think this is meta for World Conquest, but I can show you why. You get new Lombard Kingdom, war score cost reduction. Milan is a county. Let's see, is there a way for us to show that they're a county? Yes, they're a county. And you have increased war score costs on people who are lower ranked than you. Or is it you have a decreased cost on people who are higher ranked than you? I forget, but the idea is you get more war score cost reduction. There, and then if you form Navarra... I'm not sure if they still get it, because Navarra was nerfed because people were doing this, which is kind of cute, but like Navarra was also just like clearly like the best culture. Or Basque. Is it on Navarra rather than the Basque culture? Yeah, looks like they maybe got rid of that. They used to have war score cost reduction. And that was why. So you used to have better proximity costs. I mean, they're still really good in the sense that they have a bunch of good bonuses, but like a lot of them are just actually stone cut in half, and so that's why they did it. You could still do. There's other countries that get war score cost reduction, so you would also want to do that. Milan is a republic, Navarra is not. Oh, you mean in terms of sequencing? I'm not sure how much they're really caring about the republic part in terms of why they're doing it. I think it has more to do with the fact that you have war score cost reduction and you're a county. France is getting countries north to embargo me. Castile, what do I do? You build more heavy ships. Oh, we can't show it, but that they are naval hegemon is giving them the ability to force embargoes. It's kind of funny, but like also really annoying. You do not want to be rivals with the person who's the naval hegemon, because they will just break your ability to trade with anyone. So, yeah. The MP game I'm playing is with these sweaty guys are doing 6-hour long test runs in single player, and it's a bit of a letdown as it just comes down to levy maxing. Money is just there to boost levy. Regulars are so much better though. Wait, what? Navy regulars are so much better though. Yeah, this is true. I'm talking about just the army. War score cost is on age 6. What? Yeah. I'm telling you why they're doing it. I'm not saying that. I don't think this is the world conquest strategy. But that's the theory craft. The thing is there's a floor to war score cost. It's 0.1. I have a strategy I think is better. I don't want to like fully reveal it because I want to keep it to myself a little bit. Although Playmaker's been using a strategy where he starts as the Timurids and then he forms the HRE, and that might be better than my plan. But I think fundamentally you're looking at it backwards, and you don't want to start in the west and go to east. You want to start in the east and go to west, because the flat war score cost is going to be more expensive in the east, generally speaking. And so getting a bunch of percentage cost reduction, it's not as valuable as eliminating the really big people early, or having more time to cycle wars through all the big people. It's both less on higher and more on lower for the ranked war score cost, yeah. Amazed at how well the AI plays in EU5. Yeah, the AI is pretty strong at this point. It used to do like stone nothing, because it just didn't make money. I mean, I think PUs are broken with your junior party acting on their own and stuff like that. I mean, it's not like EU4 PUs where there's just a subject. Yeah. Just play Yuan. RTR is the easiest thing ever. Easy world conquest. Yeah, like, I think that is a better way of looking at it. Just starting as Yuan is also, like, better than doing this Milan thing, because then you don't. If you start as Yuan, you don't have to conquer Yuan. Do you think it's possible to win the scripted Morocco-Castile war that happens super early as Morocco? It's definitely possible as Castile. It's like easier as Castile. As Morocco, I don't know. I'm not sure. It sometimes doesn't fire though. We're hoping that it fires because we want to get on the same side of a war as Castile, so that we can try and get them to get rid of this rivalry. Because as long as we're rivals, we're probably vulnerable. I think we're looking to wrap up, though. Because we did say we were just going to show a Portugal start. We took a bunch of requests. We showed 4 starts. Adundas, thank you for the follow. Big nice, much appreciated, my guy. So, yeah, just to like recap who we played as, or who we showed starts with. If anyone was interested in watching the VOD on YouTube, we did, and we talked through like the starting thinking a little bit more. We showed Ethiopia. We showed Ormus, which is having a hard time this game. We showed Cusco, we showed Majapahit. Cusco being, like, kind of busted. We showed Majapahit, and now we just showed a little bit of Portugal. In terms of how we start, kind of some similar play patterns, focusing on maxing centralization, getting the push going, this type of thing. So Morocco, you start with no boats. My problem with Morocco. Yeah, you have to use the naval levies to try and get across, and Portugal and Castile can brick it, and they just need to occupy this. And that's how I would play it as Portugal and Castile, is just occupy that and then wait out the war score. I found if you give land to PU vassal, the vassal is the one getting the AE, not the PU. That's really strong. Oh, that is interesting. Doesn't that also work the same way with a PU? I think if you just give the land to the PU, you also don't get it. I have to check. If you press trust, it helps to remove rivalry. Oh! Let's actually check that real quick. But yeah, just kind of summarizing a little bit, but... that is a good shout if we make a Portugal video. So now we have trust at 29. Please remove rivalry. Stop rivaling us, bro. I don't think it's going to be that responsive. To be fair, I don't think they make that decision point every tick. But we can also curry favors while we're at it here. More likely to add the rivalry, you say? Yeah, I think we're getting decked on because they have the CB now. Oh, hey! Thank you for the 5 subs, Dundas. Thank you so very much. Cheers for giving me some solid info with your 4 hours on some number of videos. Yeah, we're going to be doing a 2.5 hour video today. I think when we're done with the stream, we're going to release Mali, and then like 6 hours after that, 8 hours after that, we're going to do top 10 countries. And then tomorrow we have Venice run plus one of the two or two of the two tutorial videos we want to record today. Let's actually see if these guys deck us. Thank you so very much, my guy. Much appreciated. Thank you for the gifted subs. They aren't declaring decking us yet. Morocco Cav is insanely powerful. Yeah, North Africa is a little bit spooky in terms of the cavalry changes, where cavalry is a bit stronger, because they tend to have like more cavalry and strong cavalry. I found it easier with PU who has a few vassals each. But the PU gets it much, not you? Yeah, but you annex the PU eventually. Castile answers with claims. Yeah, basically. Paid. They're pretty far from accepting alliance, too. They will do a defensive league and instantly disband it. They're like, fuck you, bro. So I don't know about this. Yeah, this is probably a reroll heavy start. Because if Castile decides to attack you, I don't think there's a way you can micro this. And even if there is a way to micro it, I think you're not supposed to. I think you're supposed to reroll. Tested it with Castile and Navarra Aragon. I love essay content. Big nice. Just brought EU5 using a code. Thank you so very much. Here's Johnny. Respect the hustle and all the tutorials and walkthroughs you provided. Very much appreciated. That is the best way to support the channel, I think. If you're going to pay full price for any Paradox product, using my code to purchase it is a really good way to support the channel without having any extra cost going your way. Just the inconvenience of using a promo code or getting a promo code via email. Which, to be fair, is, like, less convenient than just buying it off Steam. We're actually probably supposed to delete 2 of our footmen, too, at game start here. I really want to see if Castile attacks us, is the thing. I mean, we could do this again. Are we getting a relation hit every time they do this? Their criteria for maintaining a defensive league should be more sticky than their criteria for joining it. I think that's the issue here. Kind of cute. Well, maybe make a save and give the save to the devs. Because I think that is like actually an issue. Because they should just be more sticky, and they're just instantly disbanding. Yeah, maybe we make a little bit of a report here for them. This type of thing. Any chance of some sort of playthrough, Persia playthrough, or video in general? We did cover Ormus with the plan of forming Persia, like, very briefly, just like the run start. I don't think we're going to do Persia, like a Persia run in the near future. Especially because we have Iberian Twilight coming out soon, so we're probably going to do some Vic 3 stuff as well. Thoughts on Teutonic Orders? You get so much money from other countries, it's kind of broken. Yeah, I mean... to some extent, their mechanics just feel unbalanced and it just, like, looks like cheese. Just like Switzerland being able to annex France for free is just, like... Like, at that point, you're, like, kind of playing outside the confines of, like, what's intended with the game, and I start to, like, not enjoy that type of stuff as much. But yeah, in theory, that type of stuff is, like, strong. Like, Switzerland might be a better world conquest nation because you can full annex just a big chunk of Europe using your, like, event thing, so... I lost a vassal to another country. I thought that that was impossible. If your vassal's disloyal, they can separate peace, and they can kind of leave you / get conquered. But anyways, looking to wrap up. Thanks for coming out, you guys. We will see if there's anyone on Twitch who's streaming the category, because generally there has been, and we'll send the YouTube and the Twitch people their way if we find someone. So European Universals 5, check the category. Hey, Generalist Gaming is streaming. Playmaker's streaming. He's doing a world conquest. I think that's at this point that's kind of just a little bit slow. We haven't raided Gaius before. Did hang out with him a little bit in Sweden. Maybe let's raid him. He is a content creator for Vicky as well, so we'll send you guys his way because I know a lot of you guys are Vicky fans. And then we will also give the link to the YouTubers and say Godspeed. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye now. And then we will say goodbye to the Twitch viewers as we send them on the raid. Bye-bye. See you.